Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Council Delegate Yanito calling in.
Right, then, good morning, everybody. Other committee members of College Education, the Human Service Committee. Yeah, our regular meeting, March 22nd. 10 a.m. On date of report. The office and EP go without any grade or the us go on that. So with that, I'll go ahead. With that, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order here at 10:05 a.m. With that, Sam, can you do roll call?
Good morning, Chair. Roll call for the Health and Education and Human Services Committee, regular meeting, March 26, 2021, 10 a.m. Paulina Menezes. Present. Paulina Menezes, enters roll call. Finch Stings.
Present.
Finch Stings, enters roll call. Alfred Jimenez.
Here.
Alfred Jimenez, enters roll call. Jermaine Simon. Jermaine Simon. George Toth.
Here.
George Toth, enters roll call. Curtis Unica. Chair, Jermaine Covington and Curtis Unica, enters roll call.
Jermaine Simonson here.
You have 6 members present, including yourself as part of the board.
Thank you very much, roll call. With that, we'll move on to the invocation. I'd like to pass on our legal counsel, Ms. Slow, to help us with the invocation. Moving on to Ms. Benali, can you assist us with invocation?
Right, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and members of the Health Education and Service Committee. Not something that in place thank you for the writing, the monster, please make that you send us the monster that we need, and that we're uses that and absorbs it, drinks it, and so that we can have the process spring. Thank you for that. And thank you for today. We thank you for the meeting that we're at to run and go into with our agenda, last week of the agenda. And let's give us the now formation here that we're in, that we're doing our work for. We thank you that you bless the president, the nomination, the vice president, and the speaker of the nomination, the nomination council, and all the nomination employees. Please bless our families, our homes, our vehicles, our animals, and And this was all the students that are in our school system, going from kindergarten, preschool, kindergarten to college and help them to graduate from college and do the best that they can. This there is it was us a good job on the watch that every one of us, you know, do know one of our own we recognize this is
Again, Mr. Nolan, thank you for the invitation. So there's a meeting public hearings link. The next item is the announcements. Announcements and meeting committee members. Do we have any announcements? Honorable Toll.
Good morning, sir. It's been a more. One of the morning been show that's coming. 5 o'clock this morning. And show and ready. Yeah, something there. Oh, thank you.
With that, after, thank you for the announcement. I was not aware of that. But thank you for the announcement, Honorable Toll. After we complete the announcement, maybe we can go ahead and do a moment of silence. We'll do that after now. Committee members, do we have any other announcement? Honorable Dr. Eddie next. Okay, so with that, we do have several announcements, or I do have several announcement, and we just wanted to let you know that next Wednesday I will be on the call, but I will be on travel at the same time. I will be going out to Washington DC on Sunday, March 26th. So I will not be here on Wednesday, March 29th. I will go ahead and have vice chair the meeting that day. I will be traveling back on that day. That morning, I should be flying back to Phoenix that morning. So when you guys start your meeting, I'll probably be up in the air. I'll fly and then I'll join once we land. So with that, just wanted to let you guys know that. But I do not know if the committee also would like to reschedule the meeting for next Wednesday. Per the email that we received last night from Chief of Staff Rico and also speaker indicating that we have our leadership meeting out in Twin Arrows on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it's I understand it's Sunday. I think the way they have it is Sunday travel day. And then there's possibly a meeting that afternoon, and then Monday, and then Tuesday, and then Wednesday, possibly another meeting, or just a travel day back. So HEHSC and Kim talks a lot with their committee members. I don't know what you guys want to do. So it is that Dr. Eddie next.
Yeah, just to clarify on Sunday in the leadership meeting, beginning at 1. Then we just have enterprises Monday and Tuesday. So I don't know if travel day would still be Wednesday, but I'll be back on Tuesday.
I think the trend is Saturday. Because start Sunday.
I think it starts Sunday at 1. Yeah, then 1 will be travel.
also we still can have our meeting on Wednesday, right?
If we all, I mean, if you guys are on that Wednesday, I mean, Tuesday evening, come right back this way Tuesday evening, because I think the enterprise is not over until that evening around 5. It should with the infection. If you guys want to power back this way, if you want to late, then it's totally fine with me, but further travel policy, then anything beyond 3 or 4 p.m. is stay there, I think.
And just like a meeting isn't there.
I mean, there's that possibility that it will just, in the matter of the staff, I mean, it would be staff that would need to travel out there.
Yeah. Well, next Wednesday's meeting on the 29th is just involved in Division of General Services and those.
Yeah.
So that would be quite a number of issues. Administrative law.
Yeah. Honorable Dr. Andy Nair.
Thanks, Chair. So if Billy is on next week for 3 minutes, does that mean they're not here on the 5th? Yeah, remember we were saying AM orientation, PM, STA.
Honorable Coach. There is that possibility to do it the 30th as well, but remember that another travel date, or you guys are just gonna stay at 20 of those. For that veterans event that we were invited to.
The 31st.
That's the 31st at 20 hours again. Oh. Honorable Dr. Nays.
Thank you, Chair. I say we keep it on the 29th. If the committee decides they'll host it there at Twin Arrows still for the meeting, but I'll be calling in. My plan is to be back on Tuesday.
Okay. So, well, next, the agenda next Wednesday is, general service and Department of Building, so. Department of Education as recent. So it will require their department staff to travel, and then it will require our staff to travel down there as well, so that's the only hiccup there.
And the cost of
And your cost,
the facility.
Yeah.
That involves.
that's true, yeah. Ms. Fennell,
Yeah, I was looking at the calendar and what, Delegate Dr. Nez was, asking is Tuesday, April 4th, is a special meeting regarding the Department of Education State Education Agency. And, Dr. BJ is the one that requested that meeting. So that one is on the 4th, that's not the orientation, but it did deal with Jody.
and that was at 10 a.m. correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have one April 3rd, joint meeting with law and order, April 4th, a special meeting with Jody. Wednesday, April 5th, is a special meeting in lieu of the 12th, and Friday, April 7th, is a special meeting in lieu of April 19th.
So I'm looking at the agenda from speakers, and her agenda for Tuesday is from 8:15 a.m. to 4 p.m. So eventually all happen at 20 hours all day that Tuesday. And we have that time difference.
For us, it's a benefit is we don't have to have, for me, I don't have to have.
We have the time difference too, so when it's 4 over there, it will be 5 over here. Anything with Anna?
So would you like to reschedule the 29th?
Committee members, are we gonna reschedule the 29th?
Oh, that day, and then we have Jody the next week. Not much you decide. I don't know.
You just want to keep the 29th? We essentially just book like crazy,
Yes.
and then just call in or whatever.
Yeah.
The 29th, yeah.
They can understand.
You can call it.
Okay. All right, so that's still as is next Wednesday. No changes. The only thing would be that vice chair will be chair, and I'll be going in the way. They do,
Washington, excuse me, Chair.
yes.
Washington,
For us, it's going to be the Department of Interior and then transportation. And then veterans. So those are gonna be our three top areas. And I'm going with my chapter, one of those chapter.
maybe, you.
No. Another story. But yeah, so it is, so, wanted to let you guys know, any other announcement, committee members?
Chair on this.
Honorable Tom?
on this, in education, page. You give them 30 days to come out. First within to formality.
Yeah, because that's a whole separate topic.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Thank you.
So with that, there is no change, everything's the same for next Wednesday. Our meeting, everything still stands. And there's no other announcements. Besides all the other meetings. So with that, we did receive wording in regards to passing of one of our former president, former leader, Mr. Honorable President Ben Shelley. He did pass away this morning. That's as far as I know. And so with that, a request was made to do a moment of silence in remembrance of President Mr. Ben Shelley. So with that, I'll go ahead and do a moment of silence. Thank you, committee members, and then those individuals that are on the line, staff, thank you for that time to do moment silence. Our former nation president, Honorable Mr. Ben Shelley. Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item. Recognition guests and visiting officials. And so, committee members, are there any recognition guests and visiting officials? If there is none, I will go ahead and move on to the next item, committee members. That would be item number 3, and that is review and adopt the agenda. Ms. Finale.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 25th Nomination Council, regular meeting, March 22nd, 2023, at 10 a.m. Presiding the Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, the Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Vice Chairperson. Place at the BNF at the OLS Conference Room via telecommunications, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. None. 5, receiving report. A is an update, the veterans housing, the Navajo community housing and infrastructure development SHID regarding the veterans housing overlapping responsibilities. Presenter is Calvin Castillo, Executive Director nominee. Also, James Adakai, Deputy Director, Patrick Delgado, Department Director 2. B is a report regarding New Mexico House Bill 342. New Mexico House Bill 342, an act relating to education, aligning the uses of education savings plan provided for in the Education Trust Act to comply with federally allowable uses of savings. Presenters is Linda Lovejoy, He's a state municipal lobbyist as a legislative consultant with the Navajo Technical University. C, report Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated regarding the Navajo Elders and Veterans Healthcare. Presenters are Mr. Wayne Claude, director for Navajo Nursing Home. Also available, invited is Michelle, I'm sorry, Rhonda Toomey, executive director for Navajo Department of Health, and also Ms. Michelle Bay Nakai, attorney for the Navajo Department of Justice. D is a report for Northern Arizona Healthcare. Presenter of Northern Arizona Healthcare presenters are Mr. Doug Loudon, Northern Arizona Healthcare, Sarah Mason, and also Dr. Tinkle. 6, old business none. 7, new business is legislation number 0033-22. And after relating to resource and development, health education, human services, law and order, budget and finance, and nominating committees, and the nomination council, establishing the San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing that money is received from going to the gold team mine release. San Juan County, Colorado, on August 5th, 2015, number 1:18-MD-02824. And underlying and related actions be deposited in the San Juan River Mitigation Fund after the reimbursement of litigation. Sponsor is Delegate Jimenez. 8, closed meeting announcements and adjournment. Next meeting is. Mr. Chair.
Thank you again, legislative advisor, Mr. Nall, for reading the agenda into record. With that, committee members, do we have a motion? Honorable Toth, do I have a second? Honorable Legal Nancy Gay. With that, committee members, we do have a request and in regards to moving up item number 7, new business resolution number 0033-23 for 4 reports. Our colleague, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nance is also on the call, so we can make that adjustment for that one legislation, and then once we complete that legislation, we can move back on to the receiving reports. It is okay with the motion be party, Honorable George Toth.
Yes.
Second, Honorable Helena Navigate. Any okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, are there any other corrections, deletions, or add-ons to the agenda?
Chair.
Honorable Toth?
Thank you, Chair, members. Member Roger wants to be involved in the agenda too.
Off.
Yeah, because just the bill didn't pass it. Didn't email it. Somewhere in here.
Okay, so you're the motioning party, so you're requesting for report item B to be deleted off today's agenda. Okay, are you okay with that, Honorable Helena Navigate? To delete that particular item? Under reports B. On the agenda to delete, you make that request.
You made that.
The Honorable Hope make that request. So that would be deleted. Committee members, any others, add-on corrections, deletions to the agenda? Committee members going once, going 2 times. With that, I'll go ahead and call for a roll call to adopt our agenda. And with that, Honorable Helena Navigate. Honorable Dr. Nan. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Roll call vote to adopt the agenda. Honorable Toth. Honorable Yaniko.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Thank you. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we do have an agenda before us. So with that, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt the journal. There is none. Moving on to 5, we do have legislation that will be presented first before the committee, and then we'll return back to the reports. With that, Ms. Benali, can you read legislation number 003323 into record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, of your proposed nomination council resolution created nomination council for 2023, introduced by Council Delegate Reginez as prime sponsor. Tracking number 0033-23, enacting into the Social Development, Health, Education, and Human Services law and order budget finance and obligations committees and the nomination council. Establishing the San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing that monies received from the INRI goal community line release in San Juan County, Colorado on August 5th, 2015, number 115-1B-02824, and underlying and related actions be deposited in San Juan River Mitigation Fund and 100% of litigation costs. The legislation has been referred to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and well, after this committee reviews it, it'll be forwarded to the Law and Order Committee. The legislation works does have the transfer letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel to the sponsor, and has served the up for public comment period starting March 6th, 2023, and no public comments were received. There's a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee, which indicates that he passed with no amendments, and you have referred it to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali, for reading legislation number 0033-23 into record. Do we have Honorable Delegate Ricky Nance on the line? Sponsor?
Yeah, Benishanella, Chair Vince James. I am on the call, sir.
Thank you, Shanada. Thank you for joining us this morning. With that, committee members, there's two ways that we could do this. If we have questions, we can give 20 minutes to the sponsor to present the legislation 0033-23. If we don't have any questions, we can just go ahead and call for a motion in a second, and we can go ahead and go straight to vote. Are there any questions regarding legislation 0033-23, committee members? HEHSC committee members? Are there any questions? Going once, going twice. With that, I'll call for a motion. A motion made by Honorable Lena Nancy Gay. We'll have a second. Honorable Toll makes that second. With that, straight to roll call. Honorable Lena Nancy Gay.
I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nance. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Toll.
I vote, sir.
Honorable Yanito.
Green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, carrying not voting. With that, legislation 0033-23 passes it. We'll move on to the Law and Order Committee. Thank you, committee members, and thank you, Shanada, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nance, for being on the call. You are excused for today. Shanada. With that,
Thank you. Yeah.
with that, moving on to the next item number 5, receiving report. Update veterans housing, now community housing infrastructure development. Veterans housing responsibility presenter. We do have here present Mr. Calvin Castillo, executive director, nominee, and I believe we do have Mr. James Edikai, deputy director on the line, and maybe possibly Mr. Patrick Delgado, department manager too, also on the call. So with that, I will go ahead and provide you 20 minutes to present your presentation, your report. And then from there, if you need additional time, I will ask the committee member to provide you additional 5 minutes. We have a consensus, we'll provide you that 5 minutes. After that, we'll call for a motion in a second, and then from there, call for questions or comments. With that, Mr. Castillo, so the floor is yours and your 20 minutes begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable James. Thank you, committee members, for inviting me over again. Okay. My name is Calvin Castillo. I'm the nominee for the Community Development Director. My plans are Putichini, Tani Basishtin, Cachinis are my cheese and Isafana are my nuggets. So what I have is a written report of the CHID program. The first thing I'm going to go over is the CHID new housing. Under the FRF section 10, we started taking applications from 110 chapters. We were limited to 10 units per chapter. But after we looked at it again, we only had 65 chapters that submitted applications. They were only ranging from 3 to 5. So we reopened the portal, and that's the memo that's attached to this, to reopen that portal for another 2 weeks, which ends on the 31st of this month. So now we're up, the numbers are climbing on that. We're starting to do assessments on those new applications. The CDBG program, that one's the money's in there again. So we're doing public hearings. That's where Mr. Patrick Delegate is at. He's doing the hearings now, so he's not available online. And then we have a District 6 meeting on the ARPA fund. So that's where Mr. Attica is there representing me over there with the FRF staff. So let's just meet today. So I'm just going by what the reports are. The HIP program, the Housing Improvement Program, we thought those money got reallocated. So the portal should be open on that also. And the deadline there is September 30th, 2023. And that is pretty much it. And this is just a memo that covers the portal that was reopened and what the eligibility requirements that attached to the I don't know if you want me to go through that line by line, but it's self-explanatory how we're doing the applicants. Also, Honorable Nesbitt, we're trying to put another team together to start doing the assessments from your area and come this way. So if you can provide me your phone number, we can contact you if you still want to join the assessment team.
505-422-9409. But you don't have like,
You have 20 minutes to present, and then afterwards we'll have questions and comments.
Okay, that's all the report I have for this program for now. We're just doing a real assessment and all.
Does that complete?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Castillo. This is Mr. Delgado on the call.
Oh, Patrick, you made it.
Any additional information to provide? I'm available.
Okay. Can you answer the overlapping responsibility with the Veterans Affairs? I don't remember or seeing any. Can you cover that for me, please?
Sure. Currently, venture projects per se right now with housing or with their process, but what we have going on is the FRF ARPA for Veterans Administration, in which they provided and submitted a expenditure plan for the 3 housing manufacturing facilities throughout the nation. And to my understanding from the last report from the previous director, Mr. James Orline, there were 2 potential sites located, one in Tuba City, the other is Comerco, New Mexico, near Gainesville, and the third location is still not determined. But one recommendation was for Chinle area. So that's right now, as far as we know, on the facility locations. And I believe the Veterans Administration was working with Barrow Group, I believe that's a contractor, and wanted to meet with current director, Ms. Bobby Baldwin, to get more information and updates on the status of working with that contractor. DCD CHIT is the overseeing office for the ARPA dollars as far as signature authorizations, review and approval for these facilities. So that's as far as the we have with veterans and as far as connection with any projects. So hopefully that does provide some information to everyone there. Again, this is Patrick Delguy, Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Not Ignan, Chair Delegate James and members of the HES committee. Thank you.
That will probably conclude our report.
All right, that does conclude the report from Mr. Cal Castillo and then also Mr. Patrick Delagon. Do I have a motion, committee members? Honorable Cho. Second, do I have a second? Honorable Harina Nancy Gay. The case then for going for pada animation under the photo animation as under for other advanced study photo not so studying it last late for other case on a car or issue they put up partners upon the thing on as not in the league what up. Within that initial you when they cannot that based on the artist or the questions on us, it's artist based on E and unable to one unable between the art so with that I do have a question. I think if the Navy has committee members for those that large for the vice chair silence and issue for the floor is yours, Vice Chair Clemens, any questions, comments?
Oh, yeah, good morning, Mr. Castillo, as well as Mr. Delguy. And then to my honorable colleagues this morning. I'm getting quite a bit of precipitation out here, both snow and mud at the same time. And so, I do have a question. What my chapter is one of those that missed the deadline and didn't submit any projects. And one of their responses was it was during a time we've had several emergency declarations, and that was during the time of the snow, and so they were busy responding to that and didn't quite meet the deadline. So my question on that is I received your CHID application and I appreciate that. Coming into all of this, it was all really confusing, all the different opportunities for funding, for housing, and I think it'd be helpful if from the Navajo Nation, from under each department and program, if you just did a real simple some kind of spreadsheet to say these are the assistance programs that we are offering right now, and deadlines and real quick eligibility requirements and who it should be submitted to, because there's a lot of it's confusing. And so, and then you mentioned HIP again, and I'm okay. So now then I got to figure out what that means again, what that is, and you set a deadline date for September 30th. So it would just be really helpful. And I don't know if something like that already exists, but if you could just forward that to me under DC, what all programs are available at this time, your deadlines, and what kind of housing. So CHID obviously one, HIP would be another one. And then you said something about veterans as well. So it would be helpful to have them all on one nice sheet. So then we're providing that information to our constituents as well. My question is, since I got the kit application, I reviewed it and already I started. And so I started to look at, think about, okay, who lives where and who needs what. So I identified a couple of folks, and I made some phone calls yesterday and chatted with them really quickly to see if they have some of those pertinent documents that you're requesting. And I think the biggest challenge is going to be the home site piece. And so my question is, one, and so I'm just, I don't want to miss the opportunity again. I know it says that you want the chapters to submit the applications, but I'm wondering if you can also allow me as a delegate to submit some applications, because in the end, all we're doing is I think the way I see it, all we're doing is saying, consider these, and you obviously are the ones that will come out and do further assessments to determine who will get the homes. So even if I recommended them, there might be some that I recommend that don't get a home because they didn't they didn't meet all of your criteria. So all I'm saying is there's a safeguard there, because then you're not, so I'm just saying I think it should be okay for me to put in some applications. And if so, can I do that? And then two, I think going back to the home site, there are two families who live in homes. One of them, belonged to the grandma, the home and the home site. But the grandma's passed, but the family is well aware that these the folks who occupy the home now were given permission to live there and to take the home. And so, but they've never actually gone after getting the home site. And so I'm just wondering if in those situations where, they still need to go through those steps, can we still submit the application and just say that we are working on the home site issue? Because I don't know what your turnaround time is, how fast it is that you're going to come and assess, and how fast it is that you're going to start building. So I just want to know, and I think the office of Mr. Holona's office, the land department, I believe that they have a work session Friday to talk, and you probably have been part of those conversations, in which you've identified that the home site lease is going to be problematic. And so, and even with the ARPA funds from the chapter. And so I think there's an actual, group of folks that are going to start working on that, to help people get sites and reduce the time that they can get them. I don't know if you know any more on that, but I know there's a work session, I believe Friday by RDC. So could you?
Vice Chair, we lost you. Vice Chair.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened there. So the second question just was, can you work with families who don't absolutely have the home sites yet, but they are actively trying to navigate and figure out how they can obtain it? And if RDC is successful, and they set up a faster process and they get on that, are you willing to work with them? So just my two questions there. Thank you.
If you had Vice Chair Simonson for those questions and comments. With that, I'll give the time back to you, Mr. Castillo, to respond to Vice Chair Simonson, and then also Mr. Patrick, the delegate.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Honorable Simonson. Your first question on the spreadsheet, to putting all that together. Yes, we can put a spreadsheet of what necessary documents and everything that needs to be done. We'll get that out to the council delegates and the chapters. On the home site lease, yes, we are taking them We are putting a gathering, those ones that are in process for the home site. We're gonna go through, Mr. Mike Colona's shop and see if we can speed up that process as much as we can. He's gonna try to help us process those. The other question is if you do the application on your own, we will take the applications from you guys, from the council delegates and also the chapters. Eddie, thank you.
Great.
Mr. Patrick Delavat?
Okay, yeah, there's none. Chair, Vice Chair, and HEHSC committee. The question on home site lease, we encounter a lot of concerns with home site lease. Again, currently right now, to receive utility service, one has to have an approved home site lease. That information comes from the land department, and what Mr. Castillo provided as far as communicating with land department, see if they're willing to help with these applicants and maybe fast track in approving their home site lease, which would be very beneficial to us and also to the applicant. And as far as accessing the application online, there is a link on the cover memo that was sent out on March 17. If you scroll over that link, you're able to open and access the application, and you can go through those questions. There is a disclosure at the beginning that whoever's accessing the application, click on those disclosure checkboxes that the individual submitting the application does represent the chapter. So in this case, Delegate Simpson, you are a representative of your chapter, so you have access to this application portal with the memo that was attached, and begin filling out the application for the applicants. Just also a reminder to include their additional documents, home site lease, copy of their CIB, photo ID, proof of voter registration, and if they have a doctor's statement. We're aware of health concerns or issues or disabilities. But the application pretty much is self-explanatory, very user-friendly. When you get to a section with homes, it asks if the home site lease is approved, or it'll ask if it's in the process. You can select that check. Just reading through the application, it'll provide more I guess, visual effect for the user to understand. So that's my report. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Delavat, for that response. So, Mr. Castillo, thank you very much. Committee members, are there any other questions? Committee members, Honorable Dr. Inez.
Yes, thank you, Chair James, Mr. Castillo, to Mr. Delavat as well. So it seems like every time we hear from Chip, there's a new update. And with my chapters of Porcupine, Seminole, Crystal, and Red Lake, I informed them previously as well of the deadline, and I was happy to learn that they also submitted their applicants and just working with their communities. But with this now, it sounds like when you talk about section 11 and housing, is there a difference between veterans and just typical residents? Or is this funding for 10 homes, which again, it's back to 10, and we were informed it was 3 to 4. And last week when you guys were on here, I had that clarity of which funding it was coming from. And at the time, it was both section 11 as well as section 3, which that's the delegate regions, right? And that is at the discretion of each of the delegates and not necessarily something spearheaded by CHID.
Correct.
Section 11 is from CHID, but that is a comprehensive housing for all populations, whether that's veterans, whether that's just a family of 4, single mother, single father, etc. Correct?
For section 10. Chair.
And so can you just also distinguish that for us so that I, as a delegate, ensure that I'm informing my chapters, this is the list that you guys need to submit according to veterans. This is the list you need to support according to according to those that are in high need of it. And this is what the funding is supporting each of it. So that way, my communities are not missing out, my veterans are not missing out. So that's where I'm getting confused because, again, every time we seem to hear from CHID, it's a different update. And I just need clarity on that because I want to ensure that my chapters are well aware of what is occurring, the extended deadline, whether that's home improvement program, the block grant program, CHID, ARPA, etc. And those are my questions at this time, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nez, with that response. But before you get to, before I give you the time, can you tell all of us committee members, maybe it'll take some time, but on the side, if you can work on it before we vote, if you can inform my committee members where we stand on our chapters on submission of their 10 applications. Can you check and see if Honorable Tolka's chapters have submitted the 10 application and then down the line for my committee members. So I'm making that request. I know it's going to take some time. So while you're responding and so forth, we'll go ahead and you guys can work on that and to give us that answer. And anyone else, so with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor back to respond to Honorable Dr. Inez.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the time. Thank you for your question, Dr. Inez, Honorable. I think I confused you guys last time when I responded. So I'm going to let Mr. Delegate explain how the veteran housing and the children grant is put together. So Patrick, if you're still on, can you go over that?
Oh, Yate, hello again. As far as Veterans Administration, there is no, funding relation with FRF ARPA. Veterans Administration, I believe, has their own ARPA dollars to assist their veterans. And the CHID also has their 50 million ARPA dollars to assist chapter communities. It was mentioned, Delegate Nez, that it is open, but if there is funding from veterans, I would recommend the applicant to seek out their funding, first, and if there's no funding available, they can submit an application to CHID, but it is open, but we'll still accept their application through the online application portal. And there's always a confusion with my department. And we've provided program and department duties and responsibilities and tasks. And under CHID is a generally funded department under DCD. And they utilize general funds, tribal dollars to operate. Now, under CHID, you have two federal programs, separate federal programs that I also oversee, which is the Indian Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program. They fund infrastructure projects, water line, power line, telecommunication, gas line, those type of projects. But then there's another program, which is the Housing Improvement Program through the BIA funding allocation. They have an annual allocation, and they only get average of about 1.3 million a year. So they're only able to build maybe around 9 or 10 homes per year. Now that's their regular funded operation. Now, as of late, SHID department has received a $50 million ARPA, which I'm administering. And then the CDBG program also received ARPA dollars under imminent threat. So that fund is already earmarked for cistern and septic system projects, which we're working with NQA and NECA with right now for that project. And then the Housing Improvement Program also received ARPA dollars through the BIA. So they're also assisting the applications that were unfunded, applicants that were unfunded with their ARPA dollars. So they have about 86 applicants that they're going to be assisting with their ARPA dollars. So yes, it does get confusing with my department, just because I have 3 offices and operating funds and then the ARPA dollars. So hopefully that kind of clarifies, Dr. Nez, on your question. And if you need further information, or we can sit down, we can provide brief orientation to delegates that want to, I guess, understand my department and where the funding source is coming from, how much annually. So we can provide that information. So thank you for your question.
Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Delegate. With that, Honorable Toll. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Chair. Members, I cannot understand why we have different entity has a veteran issue. And right now, the Department of Veterans Director is going around just giving a report that she's working on the housing issue. And then here we have the community development. And also NHA has some funds for the veterans. My recommendation is to have a joint meeting with these all 3 entities. Community development has its own policy procedure on veterans. Then you have NHA same way, and also Nation Department. What is their real mission? Why can they come together and help each other with these funds? How come they're doing by separate, Yes, totally confused. Veterans are the contract is supposed to build houses, but my understanding that contract was, delayed, not delayed, but was told to stop. So, what is the real vision for the veterans? For veterans, no. And community development comes out, so we have funds for veterans, and we have NHA, Veterans Administration. Totally confused, different policy and guidelines. I couldn't never was nothing never it's kingdom. your application on Monday. Ako, nothing, now, we get elderly student, that's the main point. Other kids are not. But AIA, they're really trying to get on site lease, because there's no money for art, environmental, certain, and all that. I just talk about my name, so, all the state or the MHA housing not no need never that's if I for each chapter. Okay, completion site land. So forth. Then you have everything, infrastructure, people don't have to. I put part of one that's in John is funny all that. Usually, we always not come together, we always want to be certain locations. Because infrastructure costs a lot of money. This money in line to another street plant, you gotta have telephone, you gotta have water, all that utility stuff. Of course, veteran jails are 15 radius, I appreciate you, I forgot that. Of course, they already want none of possible for all the infrastructure. Okay, I thought should they use put a unit there was what's it on? Of course. That over that would be on the whole use. Speed application. And then we have another data. Out of each chapter are not really helping the notification themselves at this chapter. My areas like that. Speed about safety. Or about safety. It's one of the biggest problems I see in my area. I hate to put my chapter on the spot. I call Adi, now Alex, come over with me. Perhaps I general administration. Oh, fighting thousand journals, we help each other. But my area, about 4 of them are like that. So, now of the new administration, we should have a picture of what needs to be done. Just like the education and health, like people about. Of course, a job I let medical one. In fact, not done it. They are to non-stop video. They wasn't. So, my recommendation is to have these departments come together and bring the issues. Example, probably will say 2 days. What? They could honestly, I don't know how you feel about that. But it's hard from that. I like for your behind the people I don't land department too. I don't coach it. I don't know legal counsels working on it. Honorable Amber Crowley did the legislation. And I asked the legal counsel to get that legislation out. Back in 2018 or 2019, Amber Crowley did the legislation waiving all the home site lease for elderlies and veterans. I don't know if it passed or it was signed into law. So I would ask our legal counsel to make a research for us to get a copy of it. And, update and the crowd, honorable crowd, and the district mayor caution. So, cover the time to look at that. Caught not so, yeah, witness and way, we don't sign, I see. How the things. A call. A passion ship. Of course, should understand that non that but I joke power and hasn't. You know, he hasn't. Part in Gelato, but fucking Gelato, I'll be there every chance I get, even on weekends, I tour the place. I was surprised in Rico Marcus of the Schlaf. But I drove by the water, the electricity, and solar, not solar, power. Cellular power down there. You know how. Well, she's too son, she had shot was a new fish of the that good fish, but we caught a jigging body. Game fires. Should they eat cave of it, lesson? Was the vision box of the wall. Of course, should be able Bashim's people sign the Jashin Nasta and these giving some. I don't know the sheet of it here, so application all comes into your office. Who is going to construct those houses? And how long? Do you have a crew ready to build? When the money is given to you from ARPA, and is there a crew ready to, or are you gonna have the contract out again, which takes forever? We had to have 3 boats, and that goes to 164. You need the award number. Quite shapely, total of update. That's the question I have. So, yeah. I know you, some of your crews coming down to my check the block. The partners in Dojo, yeah, coming. Dojo, both partners left. Anyway, it's the chair, she I grew up. I grew up to people, my people, I see. But I go by it. Really, I have this secure chair, go get, I really get out. I must see the thinking.
We can, honorable talk for that. Moving on to honorable, before I move on, can you please respond to honorable talk?
Thank you, Chair, again. So, yeah, nothing's kitty, honorable talk. The first thing, hitting the initiative Veterans Office, no initiative. I keep when this money started to, when they started planning. The module on the Shinigi AGA is faster to put it up and more people. All we got to do is just put a purchase order out, get the 3 quotes. We're working with 5 vendors now, and as soon as we get the money allocated to the art program, ADE, we're going to start bidding those out and get the money in. The money has to be obligated by June 30th, 2024. We can't obligate that money. So now these applications, we're trying to get to an assessment, right? We're trying to do it real fast. Eligible. We can probably try to do some of the home side. It's going to take a long time. It's not going to meet that deadline. So that between that time, we're trying to get as many applicants put them in the queue and then give the purchase order out to the people to start building it. Mr. Delgado, we're working with the Veterans Office to find a place in Chinle, Tuba City and Mercury had to house some of the material to bring the mobilization costs down. Yeah. We're working with, I know we're working with veterans that, they're gonna follow that method, use modular home stuff. So whoever they go, we're gonna have those places to store that stuff and then distribute out to those places without once a day. But as far as how they're taking application, that's awesome. The way the veterans doing it. 80, we probably do need to get and let them hear how they're doing all their process and assessments. But we're going through the chapters as the section 10 even talk. But that's my response.
Thank you. With that, moving on, Honorable Helena Rodriguez.
That's it. Thank you for being on that day and all that, so. Should be on song, Charlotte. So, I think that's the reason why we're really behind. Yes, we will get our I'll get them working on it. We do need it. I think what's awful about it, I'm just to see what we can mention. This year, Joe, start working that. And then another thing that I really was gonna question. Let's see, your answers. On the phone side, we saw some of those people I have a grandma, and I have pictures of her. Or young. I should have been up there now, $1,000 that I don't know how to so I asked you maybe the inside lease and all that. And I'll be able to inside. You don't have power or water. Do they have to have that to get this? That's the question, because they have to have power and they have to have that. Because for she's stating that. So obviously the power is too far from things to the lakeside. So that's my question. Do they have to have power and running water for them to be eligible? The home site leasing, they have to be eligible to the way they're eligible, so they have to have a home site leasing, but you guys are willing to work with them. So that's my question will be, if you have to have power and running water for their act in order for them to be eligible. That's it. I have an additional question.
With that, Mr. Castillo for response.
Oh, thank you again, Chair. Ms. Honorable Nesbitt. Yeah, that's a real good question. I never thought of it that way. If they're already living without water and power, yeah, and out of the house, I'll go. And I'll ask the question for that, Joshi, because that's the first time I heard that question. All I know is that we were thinking that they all wanted power and water line, but if they just need a house, we'll see if that's open. But I'll talk to Patrick and the attorney we're working with on this in here.
Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, in following up with my earlier questions, so that's where I have another issue with the information that only relate to us. So the other day when I asked your office to provide the figures for each of the chapters as well as the extended deadline just to get clarity before I inform them. So thank you for that prompt response, but I think what my chapters is understanding what they heard from the orientation was that this 50 million. 5 delegate regions is roughly over $2 million. What the cost of the 1 bedroom is roughly 90 million onto a 3 bedroom, which is roughly 113 million. So when you break down those figures, each community is roughly getting 3, 4, not 10. And I think that's why when, many of our chapters, my chapters in particular, they submitted such a low number because that was the message I received and that's the message they received. So with this extended deadline, what I just cautioned them was continue to submit up to 10, granted that there are funding elsewhere or other projects elsewhere that can also support things like this. So in addition to that, I told them that just be cautious because I don't want to go in and do an assessment on all 10 of you here, knowing only at least 2 or 3 of you are getting it. So that message from me to my chapters was like, just be very cautious because I don't want to let people down.
Yeah.
You don't want to upset people.
Yeah.
You're coming in, you're doing an assessment, my hopes are high, and I'm like, we're finally getting out. But this money's not going to support 10 homes or 110 chapters. And that's where I caution your chapters, that's where I caution shit as well. Because they've lost a lot of trust with government, with words and things that come through down the pipelines. And unfortunately, they're used to it, but that shouldn't be the case. And that's why it's important, I think, to relay the message to us as delegates during orientation to the chapters, the information that, should be consistent for everyone to understand. Because if somebody comes and sees me at the local grocery store and asks me these questions, but then they say the chapter said this, then that's where that miscommunication occurs. And that's what I don't want. And I do my best as a delegate to relay the most accurate information, which is the information that I receive, and then I relay. Unless there's additional questions I have, then I'll follow up. So that's the thing I want is, do you want, and what is the message coming from CHID in the event you're only able to give 2 to 3? Because with my chapters, Fort Defiance is the largest. But I don't see it as, okay, Fort Defiance, you're the largest, so you get more. I see all of my chapters as equal in their population, their service, their needs, everything. So I just try my best to work in that manner. But with this message coming from CHID, that's what my interest is. And the streamlining that needs to be better coordinated, not only with CHID, not only with the Veterans Administration Office, but with NTWA, because they also have funding set aside to help with electric, with getting solar to veterans as well. So when you look at all of our agents like that, everyone is kind of supporting our veterans, which is good. But when you better streamline and bring everyone together collectively, then I think you're able to do more at a quick pace. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but on the 31st of March, President's Office is doing the Veterans Day orientation. Maybe this is an opportune time to reach out to OPVP. And I'll be sending them an email as well to bring all of the agents that support the veterans. And when they presented to us, I asked the same thing. What types of resources and services are out there for our veterans? Whether they're single family households, whether they're active or not active duty, whether they're gay, straight, lesbian, we have all of our relatives who served in the military. And this is an opportunity now where we're all together to hear what resources are available to them. Because my commitment here at the delegate is to really look into providing some key services for the mental and social emotional health of our veterans, because that's needed. And so those are just some of the areas that I wanted to touch on. Again, I really want the facts the latest information so that I can also relay that to my chapters in my community. But yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Dr. Nez for those questions again. With that, Mr. Castillo.
Thank- Thank you again, Chair, and thank you for your questions. Yeah, Honorable Dr. Nez. Yeah, good questions. You are absolutely correct. We're not really gonna do 10 homes per chapter. It's really based on the number. The other factor is if it's trusted, the Honorable told you, STE, we can do some type of house, the development in that area to put one sewer lagoon, something like that. If it's scattered, that's, it'll be hard to plan. We don't know if the roads are accessible to get the material up there, so that's gonna be additional cost if the contractor has to fix the road, widen it in some areas to get the ADE, we have to look at all that. That's where we're taking 10, but like you're correct, the numbers are gonna come down because we don't know what the additional cost is for those units. Yeah, and then just how far the utilities are, how far we gotta run those. That's what the assessment team is working on. You have anything else to add there, Patrick?
Yeah, okay, none. Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. During our application solicitation and prior to issuing out the application portal link, PCD with the previous administration have been conducting presentations for chapters, for delegates, and for ASC staff meetings. And in those presentations, I've always mentioned that we will be accepting a limit of 10 applications, and these 10 possibly may not get a home. So we're trying not to give too much false hope. I told them, the chapters and whoever attended these presentations, that not all 10 are guaranteed to get a home. That would depend on the cost of the home, whether they're going to get a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, even a 4-bedroom. So we don't know the cost yet. So, but on average, we're using average cost here. And so we're looking at average $110,000 per home. As mentioned, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 and 4-bedroom. They're all different costs. And the delivery of these homes also play a factor. How many miles from the factoring company to the home site? They will incorporate that cost in their cost estimate. So that's how we're working the housing improvement program, manufactured housing purchases. So HIT already has a concept going, but with CHID, we know that by getting 10 applications, there are several that may be considered a priority over another. And if they have all their documents in order, all the application information is provided and included and complete, we're targeting those homes that are pretty much ready to go, kind of, I guess, if they kind of construction ready to receive these homes. And we have to provide utility services to these homes. The reason is that's the purpose of these ARPA dollars, is to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Sanitation, water, that will provide refrigeration, electricity. Electricity will provide refrigeration for medication. for healthy food for the applicant. So the whole purpose of getting ARPA dollars was to provide those services to individuals that don't have a home, are overcrowded, homes are dilapidated, cannot be lived in. So, but we made aware to the chapters and the delegates that not all 110 chapters will be given a home. I had the chapters make sure they relay that message to the applicants when they provide that information. So hopefully that answers the questions and clarifies some miscommunication. Delegate Nez, thank you.
Thank you very much again for the response, Mr. Castillo and Mr. Patrick Delegate. Vice Chair, I'm going to give over the gavel to you. I do have some questions and comments and concerns that I would like to also bring up. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Castillo and Mr. Patrick Delegate for providing the information, providing the document. And my first one is, I just know that President Nygren and Vice President Montoya and the staff have been meeting with the division directors. And under that meeting with also your chief of staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, what conclusion have you guys come to address this overlapping issues regarding veterans housing? I know you guys are just not sitting over there. I know that President Nygren sits over there at 7 a.m. and exits the division directors and says, I'm here at my office at 7 a.m. Where's all the division directors? So I know you guys are just not sitting over there. And I think from the get-go, a lot of the campaign wording was that we'll work together. We will improve our communication. And so as you being the division director, and then also Ms. Baldwin as being the division director, department manager for veterans, what have you guys come to a conclusion up to this point? I don't know why it's so secretive. I really don't know why you guys don't want to share it with us. Or until we ask you guys, that's when they no contract. But I know you guys are just not sitting over there. I know you guys been discussing it. I've seen pictures on social media where you have like 10 whiteboards on one wall or 5 whiteboards that are standing, that's all drawn all over it. And I mean, are any of that, does that entail veterans housing, the concerns for housing throughout the Navajo Nation? And so, I mean, if you can just get to the point and just tell us what's really going on with there. And that's what we want to know. And what's the vision of our President Nygren? Is he directing you guys or the chief of staff saying, look for 10 applications? And in that same line, number 2, is that Mr. Patrick Delegate, his staff, they've been with the program, they've been with the nation for so many years. They were here with the previous administration of President Nez. And some of these staff have gone, are in their position for more than 5 years. You have a system there at the Division of Community Development. You have all of that information. To me, I would think that you are already collecting these applications as being the chip of the Navajo Nation. Though it needed not develop in the other. So you should already have applications per chapters of who should be receiving a new home. The deadline is coming up on the. So Quietly, is that coming into the factor of the listing that you provided us regarding the submissions of each of the chapters? Because I know, I know Chit has that system going. It has a log, has a waiting listing somewhere regarding development for new homes. The AS do not slant that. So, that would be really nice to find out. And within the within CJN 29-22, you know, this legislation indicated, you know, a lot of this expenditure plan. And so, where's your expenditure plan? The AS that was provided under CJN 29-22. Expenditure plan, so AS. The AS, no, do not souls. You guys just put that to the side, and now you guys are just over here creating a new listing again. Not this case, there's things that you guys already have. I'm just trying to figure out where you guys are trying to expedite this whole process, and then we have the legislation VFS 31-21, and that has a lot of forms for our certified and non-certified packers, and they submitted their expenditure plan. You, as Division of Community Development, have that information. I thought you guys have those for all of the chapters. The age group is not meant that. I'm trying to do a conscious for development for the housing. So you probably have some chapters that submitted. On top of that, we have our council delegate, $8.8 million. And some of our council delegate funds that was given to us as the 8.8 million, we have some housing projects on there. I don't. So don't you guys have access to that? Why isn't it that you guys are not just putting it together and figuring out and saying, hey, we got the homes, and hey, this is the home that we're going to attack now. And the reason why I say this is because it goes back to the next legislation, what's in CJY 4121. Now, in that CJY 4121, it talks about the one-stop shop. And so it talks about right-of-ways. It talks about streamlining all of that process. Again, if you go back to your listing that Mr. Delegate would all have in his staff, some of these new home projects, I think that they've gone and submitted their home site lease and whatnot down the road of right away and all of that kind of stuff. I just sit here and think about the timeline, because you put in a timeline here that you're saying we open the portal back up until Friday, March 31st. You extended that, which is good, yeah. But then when you look at CJY 41-21 again, that one-stop shop, they're entitled to 45 days again. But before you even get to this one-stop shop, you, as the Division of Community Development, needs to review those applications, needs to do the home site visit, or whatever you guys need to do. And how many days is that going to take again? So counting those days, we're already looking beyond 100 days. And then you have the 45 days auto construction season, and that CJY 4121, it was also indicated in there that to streamline the procurement process, to streamline the procurement process to provide that service that is needed. Of course, as Division of Community Development, you have that opportunity there to run with your contracts, to start looking for contractors to do these new homes. In that CJY 4121 as well, there was amendments that were made to the Navajo Nation Personnel Policy Manual. I thought amendment for hiring. For are you guys just telling me that FRF is not giving you guys staff, or you guys don't have staff to assist you? That's why the amendment was made to the personnel policy manual for the hiring. Where is that? Or Dave? And that's the very interesting point. Oh, that's Mr. Complicaro. It almost me. The understanding was that we were going to work with FRF and find some additional bodies to assist you to move these projects forwards. That's where the CKY 4121 came in. The previous staff or the former staff, the current staff, it's dragging this long, not so thin. So we got some hustle, may not have the document. I don't know materials, but not have the document. Materials was on back for no, for probably for the next year or two. We're currently going through it now. I don't put that. I don't know what else, not all this year, and then we're gonna have to start discussing, okay, how are we gonna spend this ARPA funding? Are we gonna have to do another round of hardship recovery funds? What is it that we're gonna have to do? Because to me, I see at this point that you are already behind building these new homes for our veterans, building these new homes for our Navajo people. You are way behind. When we had this lengthy discussions with the many meetings regarding the ARPA, it was my understanding that, oh, we will have this coming spring, Monday, don't understand, we're gonna have homes start being built. Contracts without the even yet amendments were made to the procurement process. Yeah, then they all the old portal is sitting on it, acting like we never got an application in the past. So and then the next one is in regards to National Housing Authority foreclosures. Have you guys even toured that area to buy those homes? Since those are already built. Hold on, I do not should not brought up a good point. There's a lot of land withdrawals. I told NHA, we have over a little bit over 400 acres of land that's just sitting there for housing development. I just need that so claim on Michigan. And if this is so overwhelming for CHIT department, for Division of Community Development, then say so. If it's too much for you guys, then say it. That way we can find a way to think about it, how we need to move forward. Just don't prolong it from us, and at the end have no home built. And so if you don't have the staff, if you don't have that morale to complete this project, then say it. Don't add, it's not and if you don't have the staff, then say it too. And if they're not able to do it, then have them say it. Their job is going to still be there. Their position is going to still be there. But this funding, on the mountain project, this will be taken away, and we need to have that information on how we need to move forward. So there's a lot of different things that are way up here that we're not addressing. And sometimes, we just have to go beyond that line and just get to the point, and then just not sit here and be behind the bush or try to say it my state or in a professional way. Just for me, I'm just at that point where I'm saying it straight to the point. That's it. And it would be very helpful if you and your staff cannot do it, then just say it, and then we'll figure something out again. ADA เขาจะso เขาthe door not there and beyond that, I know we need to also discuss like the issues and the concerns regarding landfill, regarding
Discuto.
that regards, please mute your phone or you'll be disconnected. Landfills, illegal dumping, that's another issue that we need to address. The convenience of the recycle, and the issues that we are running into with the abandoned vehicles, recycling, household, hazardous items that we need to still address with you guys as well, which has been on the table for so long for the Navajo Nation. So there's other things that I know you guys have tons of stuff on your plates. And I really don't know how you guys do it. And I really don't know why you guys just can't say we can't do this anymore. We need you, with all of this project, we don't have enough staff. I mean, you just need to say that. And maybe we need to give it to somebody, another department, if this review the legislation, review the funds and let them do it. Hold on, so Castillo, Castillo, thank you very much. I hope you can answer these questions. If not, just say it too. And if you need to respond back in writing, I'm perfectly fine with that. You need to consult with your staff. And then provide that response back to me in writing or to the committee. That would be very helpful. And a quite ago, I mean, I don't know how much time frame you would need if you want to go that route. I know it's a lot of concerns and issues and questions that I raised, and you probably need to review some of these legislations and read some of these legislations on where they stand to understand the whole process of where I'm coming from. So if you need some additional time to respond, then just say it. So thank you, Mr. Castillo. Put it on, and then thank you, Mr. Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for your questions and comments. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Castillo for a response.
Okay, thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for the questions, Honorable James. You're right on point of where we're at. They, from the previous director on Litigate, they saw that there were lack of employees. The whole section of the engineering, architects, contract analysts, all that, estimators, there's nobody on that side. Project managers, they are the ones that start the projects. So what they did is they started a IDIQ contract. So that there's 4 firms that were picked. They've got engineers, architect, estimators, everybody on board. ADE, the language is almost done. We took all the construction language out of it and made it more of a AE outfit. So with that, we're going to provide project managers to help Mr. Delegate with the assessments. There will be teams doing all that. See if we can do land development. That's easier and faster because those clusters or those scattered ones, those are going to be challenging. So that's where they're going to help with the planning because they have land development planners that from those agencies, from those firms. They're going to work with your chapters on that. We're going to rescope those projects, put an estimate on it and a new cost. What is the realistic cost? We should be having the first kickoff meeting in the first week of April if the whole language, everything. The business units, they're already set up. The plan, but the budget plans, so the BUs are all set up. We just need to do the contracts. So 80, they're set up. So with that, we are helping the other section 9 and the bathroom additions and section 11. The chapter Ziggy, we're going to assign project managers out there to assist you with your projects. All those other ones that are listed. I asked the question, everything that's in section 9 that's related to like section 9 or section 3 that's related to section 9, 10, 11. The electricity connection, the homes and the bathroom additions, if they're listed in section 3 under your delegate, can I put those projects down there? Which means that no, the money is only allocated for that section. So I got to do another round of contracting for those. We're probably going to use the same firms, but we'll be separate contract with them on those items. Then a separate recipient agreement for the bathroom additions with NTOA and the one with NECA or the vice versa, with NTOA on the highway connection and the bathroom additions with NECA. But we also found another firm that can do the half of the cost on the bathroom addition. So we can probably double the length, but I don't want to give anybody false hopes on that. We're going to see if we can do it, see if that firm can meet those deadlines. We'll be visiting. So with the help of those 4 A&E firms that we will bring on board, with their host of engineers and project managers that they got listed in their ADG, that's how we're going to try to get these projects out.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Castillo. If you're done, Chair James, I'd like to return the gavel back to you.
Okay, Shada, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you with that. And then thank you for the response, Mr. Castillo, and we'll just continue on working and communicating back and forth regarding the housing issue. So with that, I believe Shada, Honorable Helena Navigator. Questions, comments, Sue?
But I was gonna say that. Yeah, I don't, my chapter, I have 2 chapters that are really on the ball with the modular unit stuff. They went down to Phoenix and they visit the location where they're gonna be building the homes. In general, because they're building there, they're getting discount. So they're getting more for their money. So I'm really proud of them. I mean, I'm really proud of my 2 chapters that are doing that. And they did the assessment and everything. I found. They're just waiting for their money and they're going to pay them out and they're going to bring them out. So I think I heard they already went out to the homes. We did their assessment and everything. They had their cell phone. They did all the assessment in there and then went back to the chapters about the general thing. I got all lined up, so they got a really good discount because they're using that. This mobile home, it's going to our area to transport it down this way. But even that's where we got this, so it can, we're getting more for the money to get this. Because I really went out on the vacation for you guys. That way, you had an idea of how much. Because the more put money into, more orders, then you can get more for your money. So, what option in general might do that? That's something where you're going to order these that way you had a price for us, We put it in my house and we polish, and they told me that they're in all that, but they're getting. So, they're getting a 2-bedroom for $60,000. So if we can work with them, so they're really beautiful, sturdy homes that they're getting. So I'll show you. There's a community on the bill. But yeah, thank you.
Honorable Helena Navigator, Mr. Nolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. I think that the veteran, this is a report regarding the veterans housing. And it was to consolidate the question of, how our veterans housing is being provided to our Navajo veterans. And so I did see it spread out, the funding spread out. And that's what the purpose of bringing all three programs to present the report to HEHSC as an oversight to that issue. But I think that this question can be posed, and that's what Delegate Toth was asking, and that's at the upcoming meeting on veterans, at the Veterans Summit at Twin Arrows on the 31st, is posing that question to during that summit, because the primary stakeholders and parties will be there, and will give them something to progress towards, either bring all the funding under Veterans Administration, or whatever the executive branch decides is best and more streamlined, for to have housing provided. And I do think it's still important to bring the Arizona Department of Veterans Affairs on housing, because a lot of our Navajo veterans are applying under their program, because the Navajo veterans seem, as I understand, they seem to think that their response is faster through the state. And I did mention that to Mr. Keeling when he was here from OPDP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Really quickly, I just want to read a text that we received from Honorable Yanita. And his first question is, ask him how they will be constructing the foundation for these homes. Number 2, as well as steps for handicap ramps if there are needed. 3, is there another additional 10 ARPA CHID housing applications? And that was by Honorable Yanita. So 88 with that. And then moving to Honorable Dr. Andy next.
Oh, thank you. I was going to have the courtesy to share also Delegate Yanita's question, but thank you, Chair, for reading that to our party here, Mr. Castillo. But in addition to the question I was going to bring up was the assessment, how that was going to be determined for the applicants. So in my background, I do a lot of research and statistics. I like numbers, I like figures, I like realistic things, and also things that are very outcome oriented, things that I know will happen. And I think when you look at research and conduct the statistics, that you're able to at least make a better decision. But when I go through your housing application, I don't see on here an indication of the severity or the demographics of families. For instance, if my submission as an applicant, how is that being measured from your office as opposed to another individual? Nor does this application indicate that I'm a veteran. There's no box or circle for me to indicate that I'm a veteran, or those types of demographics. So that type of measuring scheme would be helpful for not only our chapters to do a little more cohesive assessment, but with your office as well. That's my where I get it back. Yeah, another question right now.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nance. With that, Honorable Toth.
Follow question, sir. I think the best way to do this also is come together with NHA and community development and veteran administration. We don't get the answer, that they need to bring their issue, what their plans are with our transition. Joey, shape presentation. I know about that. Right now, it's just. So we need to come together, and next time. We need to call them back and see how far they will have. create a little bit of confusion. The other part, I hope your staff are going out to chapters, telling them it's not tens. You're over about it. Right now, we have seizure as you get. I didn't go out there and tell them, hey, Joe, even get on the radio station, probably has some funds for that. Get the information back to the community. Those staff, they should make sure they provide the right information, not confusing. Because it comes to you. Me. And I hope it goes out, it will be on songs, it should go to still want somebody and part of them job. Shopping to us. Yep. So, never had to buy it. I go NHE or you. Better is that you could that be younger, you didn't have a plan for having an amenity. So, there, of course. It's very now, we have on the administration is very good. President non-starting wants 1,000 house to be built. I just wonder a bit how I have seen these for the spot haven't built. One of the things only have to have a plan. It's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Door also each projected gene even 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. You're busing that's shown, you know, even to show you. A call for J.W. runs to swear on book on here and you know. Our lady in that so these contract in the past we used to have design and engineering for one day. We I see for my project, senior center those cemetery bases, I need to go because project manager. One day people need to manager. I know I talked to one of them. He has close to 40 or 50 projects this week. I call that a position are having the appointments in that. So hopefully you can put the staff. The background they want to get the issue of changing that. Yeah. For the not is todo. Just siempre ayuda thank you.
Sure. Oh, if you have just not ask, thank you for that. With that, Mr. Castillo and Mr. Delgado, response.
Okay, first question, thank you again, Chair, and thank you again, Honorable Andy Nez, Mr. Topicat, United States. I'll answer Mr. Ned's questions. And Mr. Yaidito, forgot about him. Okay, I'll do Mr. Yaidito's first. Okay.
Right.
Good afternoon, Senadai. The first one, but it's ADA compliance. Yes, that's part of the assessment. If they need to be ADA accessible, handicap ramps, the bathroom that needs to be accessible for a handrail out there, that will be part of the assessment. The foundation, yeah, the company that we're going to hire, they're going to include all that in the cost to the foundation for each of the units that they're going to put in. So they're also going to put the utility outlets out, ready to be hooked on. Without delay. I think I answered all his questions. To Honorable Nez's question, the assessments, the numbers, those they ask you the categories of what it is. It's open to the general. The veterans, ZGA, yeah, we really not earmarking them because we think we're going to send them to the Veterans Department to do to get some that side. Like they're saying, it's probably faster. DDA, you're competing with the general public under that 50 million. So they have a separate funds for their ADE. So that's where we're the units that they're going to purchasing for the veterans. Again, we're going to share those storage areas with them. How many units they're going to be purchasing. Did I make that clear? Can I understand? Autos, told me against KINEO, we need to get together with the Veterans Affairs and NHA and how we can collaborate. Without hitting the show. What plans do you have? Maybe we can share sewer lagoon or something along that line. Just run the line to that and planning. 80 general that's when the confusion is who's in charge of what. So ADG we didn't clarify that too. The one question on the unit C, Ms. Nesbegay, there's a lot of chapters that went out and looked at trailers and that kind of stuff. But after I looked at some of the quotes, the roofing is only good for 25 years. The R values, the heat that comes through the walls and all that stuff, the R values, they're really low. If it's usually around this area, zone 3 or zone 4, they're giving you quotes for zone 2, mostly about Phoenix area, that kind of insulation. So 80, I just caution if whatever price they got, 80, they just need to look at that. That concludes my questions on it. My answers.
Mr. Delegate?
Mr. Delegate, anything? Public hearing.
Okay, so that is the response back from Mr. Castillo regarding questions that were raised. Honorable Toth, did you have another follow-up?
No.
Oh, okay. If there is no other questions, committee members, I'd like to give the gavel over to Vice Chair again.
Okay, Chair James, before you do that, I just have one more comment to make. Then you can give me the gavel.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Oh, yeah, it's Nana, Mr. Castillo. So I'm just, this is just sort of a response to everything that I've heard here within the past few hours. I think, one idea would be, just to let folks know that we are giving, it could just be like a standard model. It's a 2-bedroom home. It's what you're getting, but it's going to be made to where it's scalable, meaning that in the future, and as time goes along and in the future, if you want to add on to the home, that you have that ability to do so. And so I really, oftentimes in business, when you get into business, there's often a term that people say, how much skin do you have in the game? And there's also in building homes, there's also such a thing as called sweat equity. How much are you going to put in? And every service and program we provide, granted there are real needs where people absolutely, whether through some type of disability or another, absolutely cannot do for themselves. I understand there's those situations, but I'm just trying to fathom and wonder when, as a Navajo people, we get to say, what are you going to contribute? And I don't think we say that very much, probably because we're afraid of the repercussions or what people are going to say back to us. But it's those are important. And I'm just going to say this because I've seen in various home locations, Hawan, the Nepatahitit Aho, some of these homes that have been built by the Navajo Nation for folks. And I'm just thinking, when you yourself have not invested and put your money and your effort and your elbow grease into this home, I don't know, there's a very high likelihood that people will not take care of it. And so, and then we often hear stories, and I think that's not so long ago that the homes that my uncle built, Hawanamaza, and he put regular roofs on them, not the dirt roof. Two of them are still standing and livable, and people live in them. And then there's our boys, part of them growing up and becoming a man was at the age of 12, 13, they could build a home. Because they've reached manhood at that time. And that was a real sustainable way of living. But I also recognize that because of this pandemic, and I understand and recognize that we have an opportunity now to do COVID mitigation. And yes, that is, very much about building homes. So Bonsa's case. And so, one suggestion, and it sounds like you've done a lot of planning already and have figured out ways that you're going to try to get as many homes out here. Is again, if there was just a standard 2-bedroom home that'll be built for everyone, regardless whether you need 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, or, just 1-bedroom, but make it scalable so that families later on could add on to them as needed. So that, that's just my response. And then I think maybe, and this is probably a little late in the game, but maybe a year or two ago, when the monies came through, I think there should have, maybe by regions, you could have established these housing application portal or hubs or groups of folks, housing committee, and there would be one standard application, and they would all come in, and then as you receive applications, you would say, okay, this one would qualify best with CHID. This one will send this to the veterans group. This one will send this to housing improvement. So now I don't know. I haven't heard any complaint from any of my constituents, but each application is probably different. And how many applications are people submitting just kind of all over the place? Is there somebody who's checking to make sure that you know, you're not providing, it's not redundant, you're not, you know, somebody, you're not serving them twice. Oh yeah, open na itish kita and well, and that's just a comment. It's probably, I know we're late in the game, but it would have been good to set up that way, and that way you just have one application, and then you have a committee that determines where these families and individuals, or you know, veterans groups or people with disabilities, where they would best fit, you know, under which program. Yeah, thank you for that. And you're handing the gavel on to me, right, Chair James, or did he leave already?
Oh, so then I'm giving you the gavel for me to
Okay.
ask.
Oh, thank you. And
Thank you. Vice Chair. Okay, thank you again, for those questions and the comments, Vice Chair and Mr. Castillo. I don't know where to start with this one again, but as CHID, you know, I think you were, as CHID, you were given $50 million for the housing program. And providing that through legislation and as Division of Community Development. And in one of that piece, the advertisement by CHID for new housing throughout Navajo Nation will be from September 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. So we're here in 2023 now. And so now you provided us a document that you extended that to March 31st. And so we're beyond 3 months already of the actual deadline that you had indicated. And what you guys should be, this is what I want to know is, are you guys currently working on the design of the homes for all the 110 chapters? Because your deadline to do that design as Division of Community Development, I know you weren't there, but you put in a deadline for September 30th, 2023. And so we are already 3 months into that, and eventually you have 7 months away. And so when are you going to show the HEHSC committee of where you guys are at regarding your designs for the 110 chapters? And as of October 2023 to December of 2023, you're going to advertise for construction of new housing. Has that been started, or you guys just have not gotten to that point? And are you guys going to, do you still project that you will still meet the construction that should be beginning on January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2026? Is that still the initial goal of the CHID program department and as Division of Community Development? On top of that, Veterans Department had indicated that they have over 1,400 veterans as potential applicants that are in need of homes. And so as of today, have you sat down with Veterans Department to address those 1,400? And this is what I mean earlier, that, you know, Mr. Patrick Delaguy and his team did already have something in the system. But yet you're over here asking us to collect more applicants, and you put a deadline in for March 31st. But then if you move over here and scoot over to Veterans Department, they already have 1,400 potential applications. So I go back and it's like, why are you asking the chapters to submit more application when veterans already has 1,400 potential applications for new housing? Why are you not using that 1,400? Because those documents are already in the Veterans Department. And I'm trying to figure out your whole presentation, the information that you are providing here to us. Now, in that same process, it was also indicated that you will have housing manufacturing facilities in place 60 days after the legislation was approved. And those 5 sites that were identified were 2 by City, Sanders, Kinley, Shiprock, and Gallup. Where's that? Has that even been started by Division of Community Development? Have you even started any documentation? Because once these manufacturing facilities are in place, oh, we as Division of Community Development, Department of Veterans Administration, how far are we on that? Where do we stand on that? And in that same process, it was also shared with us that we have a lot of our NAVCO people, NAVCO gentlemen, NAVCO ladies that work in the field of construction, that are currently building homes, building infrastructures, whatever, on the nation and outside of the nation. We're going to reach out to these Navajo contractors, but don't need that shot. And the need regarding your presentation. So there's a lot of things that are floating around up here that are unanswered. And when you're going to provide that information to the HEHSC committee, I just don't know. Because I've been trying to say, you know, I know you guys have been meeting. I don't know if you were told as a division director not to share the information with delegates, because this is under executive branch that's in don't need. And that's why maybe you're so afraid or lenient to share some of that information with us. But these are some of the concerns that I have as chair as HEHSC committee. And these are some very important documents that were put into place, that were put into law. And we're not hearing a response from you regarding that. And so, and that respectfully, I'd like to give you 30 days to sit down with your staff and review these legislations that have been approved and provide us a written statement. Because in these legislations, you have timelines that you, well, I shouldn't say you, but the previous administration identified these timelines. And so, are you going to still stand by that of the previous administration's expenditure plan? Do you still stand by that? Or are you going to reissue another one to where it meets your new standard as the new executive division director, and then as the new President Nygren and Vice President Montoya? So so it would be very helpful to understand that. And like I said, if you can provide us a written document within the next 30 days regarding these issues, because you have access to these legislations, you have access to CJN 2922, you have access to BFS 31-21, you have access to CJY-41-21. And those are some of the expenditure plans that you have indicated for yourself that the Department of Justice has approved for you for Division of Community Development. So you can provide us that written response in 30 days. That would be very helpful. If not speaking, the Vice Chair, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chair James. Thank you for your comments and questions. I'll hand it back over to Mr. Castillo and Mr. Delgado for response.
Thank you again, Chair Ms. Simonson. Thank you for your question again, Honorable James. I really didn't look at the past legislation. I didn't know those were agreed on. All we were was just got the projects and we're ready to order. That's where the stage we're at. These other ones to create economic development for those 6 areas by STE 88, and I never saw anything in from the previous, all the notes that I've read at the 80. I don't know if they looked at that or not. Oh, because we got the projects already. We did some of the projects that were HEHSC. We're ready to start ordering that since we got the PUs to get. We're gonna start ordering the houses. The houses they're gonna be ordered. There's gonna be a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom. Based on the assessments, that's what the companies are gonna build. And then all we gotta do is see if we can find a route to get it there, the cost to get it there, and the cost to set it up, the additional cost. See, that's what we're doing the assessment on. Those are fixed prices. I got.
I'm just, Vice Chair, a question, a follow-up quickly.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. James.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, Pro Temp Chair. Again, this information is how 50 million was approved for CHIP. The information that I just shared with you is that's how CHIP received this $50 million. So that was the information that was given to us, and that is the CJN 2922. So that information's been there, and that's how you guys received the $50 million. Just wanted to make that clarification, Vice Chair. I'll put it over. Thank you.
Oh.
I'm done with my questions.
Hakashi, Chair Vince James, I will hand the gavel back over to you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Members, attorneys, for the invitation to answer them. Edith, is this the legal one?
This is your home site lease.
Home site lease. So this is in place. I don't know, have you seen this, sir? So is this in place then?
Yeah. As far as I know.
Chair. So if this is in place, then the community develop, there also a community, the elderly over 65 and veterans. This is like 11 land administration still fish, telling the elderly still have to pay the cost of that. They themselves, what's up, 3,000, I don't know. Wow. I was figuring design the quote. They just won't say it. If this one's in place, then we don't have to ask for the home site lease. Way to cut. Yeah, even I guess this was passed by the former committee. That in 2018. This is always, I've been always trying to ask for this one. So I guess that's the rule, right? Thank you, Kevin.
You're right, Honorable Toll. Thank you, and that's the resolution RDC NY-53-18. And in there in section 3, Honorable Toll is stating waiver of fees for applicants who are 65 years of age or older. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the waiver of fees for individuals 65 years of age and older with respect to the home site lease application fee. Penalties and fines, fee schedule listed in Exhibit F of the on-site lease regulations attached to as Exhibit 1. So AA, that's been before us, and that's what all the departments have been going through, and that's how the one-stop shop was also created by going by this resolution, RDC M1-3-1. So AA, what happened? Yeah. Thank you.
Just right. The veterans.
Oh, it's the veterans, okay. Oh, section 4, waiver of fees for applicants who are honorary discharge veterans. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a waiver of fees for honorable discharge veterans with respect to the homestead lease application fees, penalties, and fees schedule listed in Exhibit F of the homestead lease regulation attached here as Exhibit 1. A with F regarding our veterans. And again, this is on to the resolution of RDC M1-53-18. Any with that? So with that, if there are no other questions from committee members, we do have the information that was provided to us, document and then verbally by Division of Community Development and the Executive Director, Mr. Castillo, and then also from the CHID Department, Mr. Patrick Delgado. If there's no questions, we do have a motion in a second. And that motion, the motion is probably George Holt and Helena Nasbigay, AHK. Now, if there's no further questions, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote to accept the presentation. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Toth.
In favor, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Lena Nesbitt. With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, the presentation was approved and accepted. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, and we'll maybe work closely with the other to get that information.
We'll get a report out.
Thank you. With that, moving on to the next item. Next item on our agenda is to B, which is report from Navajo Land Nursing Home, Navajo Elders and Veterans Healthcare. Presenters is Wayne Paul, Director, Navajo Land Nursing Home, Rhonda Tooney, Executive Director, Department of Health, Michelle Gay, non-paid attorney of Navajo Department of Justice. One of the individuals, the presenters on the line, on the call.
Good afternoon,
yeah.
Chair. This is Michelle Begay, okay, from Department of Justice.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Wayne from Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nakpai and Mr. Paul for joining us. With that, we do have the report on the agenda. So, Mr. Paul, I will provide you 20 minutes to present the report regarding the Navajo Land Nursing Home, Navajo Elders and Veterans Healthcare, AA Kwadoshi Nahuisha. And then after you are done with your presentation, I'll ask for a motion in a second, and then we'll go straight to questions and comments. And so with that, your 20 minutes begins now, Mr. Paul.
Okay,
Oh, pretty done.
Agushi Yate Shanantai, the Chair Vince James Yate Toshanantai Donald Edo Dasinos here. Narrated back in 2019, Yata HEHSC committee. It the oversight, it neither a which a report every quarter what we do is we send the written reports to the committee. We were allowed at that time to do a report every other month. Ako bin yet he ke to yat to anikat. Tanata no peni yat anost at stanost elshinjo. Hinant another sotli yat Shady Wayne Claudius in which in lead it na shut down Murta Holia. Adek or Jessica Ashi in Lishato the Nenschleto Tatnes than ESJ that etapa Asian that Loga Che that Elda Nenschle don't recognize that Hasata Akoyat I see it all the 20 minutes out not all kiss at 80 the Kojigid o Yilchadish Askat as far as Latino artist in has Masando Cheque Nana I see Lana has Tanigin ha Arteco Tuba do Cabato doki enter Ado Lana has Ado Nade Zerchim Bahade. I couldn't New Mexico in Tagacho at Asati Aje excessive STA. It asati do Quen and the house Canada. Navajo Nation Family Services ki not dean go yak slaw na has kan. A Kodina dean yak slaki ADABIA 93-630-80 babke sla. Nana di ade babke slaki AA ya masando che don dash nishiki ado Medicare do Medicaid da isla AA they qualify through that program. Adi Babke is loud the house. Ado Latino Astan 56 go a excess. Ahunana that they have to qualify through excess. And Dash Nishigi Medicaid based on the Yospani a Adi Babke as loud the house. Ako Oekot Echo. Nave excess but the Shnis Tantino Astan has Tanigi a Archibald is like in the Center for Medicare, Medicaid Services, they can CMS. A are per regulation the STO, equa and the house. Nana the 20 Navajos, equa family services, the house Tani Bug is like aid Arj Navajo Nation, a social service, she Arjib STO Naz. A what equa. A call. Nagere Bahabanas is not teach Naka to aside. A call I see it egg in the Rede Bach in National 5 administration. It AD the regulation seem as they give how they need Nishidov and the house Tanigi. Yonan ato yoyan history the snow ya. A code oh how you neck HL iniki. But that Nini do cultural, but that Nini those a piece so that then. Okunagere Albert Hale should not Nihidi Yaha that on Quan Hanat not low. It thought the deal in this 2010 a in-house policy oh ye ashon steliado Naha Sepila a that oh Hayit Aribahat then. A call a quaggy are person hahinte excess steady peso da Yospani I see to seco peso niche and Helian reimbursement there's no state of Arizona a control in Aja. Ashing his powers in New Mexico I other job. A call Bika pandemic is linked or stay 2020 down. Ita nurses oh he needs nahas kato to sat needs don dal nishta. E beni nagi ya ba madu bjed ya ta haliam beni na. Resigned ta lat oh he. A kodish change to oh we're very short of nurses. A ko we use a lot of traveling nurses ne. Oh te bilakana gi arif sancho oh kwa dal nish. 95% of our residents claim to have Tanimasandoche. Do Belagana, Edo Belaganda, the 5% of them. Could add a neck etch to a neck edge na hagata that a don a neck etch yan that a yan to a than estin. A call no read when you advocate ash. Public Law 93-638 through IHS self-determination BT cut. There's a law in place. I could all use not this slag 2 weeks to all the delegates though. The law the and law Albert Haley that in town 80 but what it BT cut it no down but that is 2005 and up that is or this change it out in neta. He are not on in any health and education, don't lay knowledge, don't lay counsel. 2019 yada unique, not I 638 BT Kagi. Today, that's the first step. I couldn't lay IHSA, which is in the budget of the budget formulation, mean not clear. I can't not a cut. Could open or start it. We need this amount of money that you know. I could distinct us on net. I could only do it. All should follow on that stage in Washington. No, AD new administration that has been done that the Christian cannot reach at the has now that a not so bash a daily budget that aid a request that aid. I call. A quag easy and I beg his asman yet as shown the yo isle Masando Cheba Yanik right now today $6,600 by his one much Masana under the CMS regulation go couldn't you have to gasa I couldn't by his the question he didn't have the best of the no thought at that then. A job power excessive and I don't they qualified to stay here. I call we need to go under the 638 via IHS Title 1. If you need all the information, I'm ready to provide all that. Those are need you I don't a quag and Hidika not no pennies and I shown the a Warriors home based on Hutchinadet last Friday on the 16th, not Thursday, not the 16th. A creamy quair, Shijib Ka Ishla Ado, a kun Nasaski, a she presents the Bahazo sign Ila. Warriors home, Ahonanat is a last toy. Majority of the veterans today are elders. They qualify under the 638. Ako 8 ahonanat edo ako any budget hon shacha chose in that Washington the whole house neta. This is the amount of money we need to operate the Navajo Warriors home. Ado aja haljisha ashti operating and maintenance for the busan nedoles. Ni pa motionant and lady alebe hotit ahaya. Kinit at osunesa. In ex 8 out operate no maintenance money behind them. We need to prepare for that. The Warriors home, but in 2.5 years from now. Not as least time there's the other sheets for the net. We want to be able to have money in place for that. We need to go get away from this CMS regulation. Private nursing home the legit profit making. So we need to put a lot of regulations together. HIPAA to be on the East Hanigi, healthcare, don't on the veterans. We need to adopt our own regulation how we can take care of our elders and veterans. Other than that, we're doing very well. The reason why I ask the Navajo Nation to do reports to them, you guys have every right to know. Every right to know how your elders are being treated. You have every right to know what kind of services they get here. the arts behind jo because do but no even a request isla itado RODPL 93638 through IHS Title 1. We will report to you. Even yesnant I studying kit it's na hunza holjish. You're under CMS and hit excess and hit I don't think so. Shadot avances kedashanant I. Dini masani chaini nullet that equant has tanit at. But again, we can take care of our own dishni here. An kibahanis and bahiliange. So the hayid alle Western medicine epe yiljish. Chehat ada do shoshnot o pills bahanis. Ojo abanaste. As we know, his father could eat this choy ya choy besnido ya. Nahaga lebalia, but next age than you know it's we need to get back to that. When it is Chile, Chichania, San Juan, then, slot or your bass, Abajad. Does that be a hatch head I used in it then? As Chile, Quan Hania, no yate, Chano sauce no Arbani, close up and seek. That scene Yahi Try Ade Adoidisla. I don't say there's the name for that on this life is kite and so that attention at esteem. Those are some of the things begin that it is because my husband. So we need to go back to that. And I shown any cat or jack leg at last almost 20 years could know Banasha. Public law 9363 self-determination is the way to go. Could your IHS, we have an agreement with them. Nose, eyes, and throat that close naitla. So now we have to take our residents, our Masan to Ganaro, Flagstaff. Ni PT needs so yila aja that with Ojatai in the aja. So we have to take them elsewhere. This place next door has to go 638. So government in it and done anything just to take care of grandma next door. Ambulance are they coaching 100 yards don't have water. We bought our own stretcher to take grandpa and grandma next door. We shouldn't be doing this to them. So we need to make changes. Now they fortify the nursing home, but now this. The same thing, Nana says, there's 386 as of December, yeah, that you need to cut out at the house. 40 grandma and grandpas at that time, then a pandemic, Winslow, nursing home. I don't know if you know a lot about that. Blending, that's it then. So Hojoba Hayadan there, that let you in at that it then. Nished as I start out of Sanita and Ditsa the Kodo. Yoba Hashni, my nurses. Yada Halian Junuba. The day that he nasni COVID Nia. Now Kinita Hutsan then that it was very mild. Not as yesterday they came back on negative. Okay, even not the Shindankiba Hilia, Ankin his thousand Bahayanigi. So, but dog epistanas and Jungun to adult elandas. If we take care of them very well, so they gano yitayiga hot. Adult always say pay bit bahatnisli in nata ashwashito in nata neskayi, but I think that according to the CMS regulation. That's not the way to go, Shanantai. I've been here long enough to know. So we need to make changes for nursing home. Veterans, Ahanan, Chopa. We got to find a streamline of funding, which will be 638. Ado peso ini chede. Needs not peso, not the, because of the very expensive nurses we hire from the outside. DMS, you can't provide education for your nursing hitaniya. Those need to be done away with. We have NTU's class start the year last year. 7 children graduated the year. We need to invest in those things ourselves. They graduated in the. We have 7 working here that I know smart enough to go on to be RNs. We need to produce it ourselves on hit. We need money to do it. Shinantai. Ako can hit the shinantai. Ako agiti. Ako the words home funding gains no kit nota. I assume that probably next week that's OMP to OOC the bazo a drawdown with mentally. But we need to prepare for that. Operate in maintenance money kishinantai. Ashon benika tocha. Thank you for listening.
Thank you again, Mr. Claw, for that information. Next one, Michelle Begay-Nalkai, attorney of Navajo Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Michelle Begay-Nakai. I'm an attorney at Department of Justice. I work with, I'm assigned to work with the Navajo Department of Health. She twitching in the slow, yay, the next chini, bashing, 12 and 8 dash do, can't the chini, dash know it. So my report is basically on the CSN grant that was awarded to Navajo Land Nursing Home. We did have, it's been, I guess, a work in progress since the council had approved that, but we did have a meeting with Mr. Claw and his staff and his attorney back on February 27th to actually finalize the language of the agreement. And then after that, my review was completed on March 9th, and it was forwarded back to the Navajo Department of Health for them to continue processing it. It's my understanding that Department of Health did get the document signed by Mr. Claw, as he stated earlier, and that the document was forwarded to the President's office for final execution. I'm not sure when that will be done, but that is the update on this particular document for the grant for the Navajo Warriors Home. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nalkai, for that information. Moving on, I do believe we do have a IHS on the line as well. Mr. Yazi.
Hi, good morning, afternoon. I'm just here listening. The IHS doesn't really have a comment right now, but we would be happy to entertain any written position to provide to the HEHSC committee, particularly as it relates to some of the 630 efforts. We did have some extensive conversation with Navajo Land Nursing Home, as well as with the previous Health, Education, and Human Services Committee on this topic of discussion. So we'd be happy to reopen that dialogue with the committee. But again, I wasn't prepared to go into any extensive conversation with the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yazi, for that information in regards to opening up the dialogue again. Moving on to the next individual, Executive Director, Rhonda Tenney.
Chair James and Vice Chair Simonson and the HEHSC committee members. This is Director Tooney, and my update essentially regarding the Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated is the same as our attorney or the Navajo Department of Health attorney, Michelle Begay-Nakai, which is The grant agreement has been finalized, and after the finalization and once we all agreed to the terms within the grant agreement, it was signed off and delivered to the office of the president and vice president for signature. Once the president signs the grant agreement, the funding, the documents will move forward for funding, so that way construction can begin. So that's where we are as far as the Navajo Land Nursing Home Agreement. And if there are any other questions regarding that piece of it, we're more than welcome to entertain any questions. As far as the 638 questions, this would be the first that I am hearing about 638 funding and the potential for 638 funding to the Navajo Land Nursing Home. And I would go ahead and entertain having Mr. Yazzie provide us with what has been discussed previously and where the hangups were possibly, or what the conclusion was in the previous effort. Thank you very much, Chair James. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you again, Ms. Cooney, for those comments. And then the update regarding the agreement, the grant agreement. With that, Mr. Paul, you have about 2 minutes left. Would you like to say anything?
Did you say Wayne?
Oh, Mr. Clark.
Okay, the individuals are right on their report. I know IHS cannot do anything at this stage. They have already provided us, before Mr. Yazzie showed up, was another gentleman that was in that position with self-determination. He's already provided us the technical training. We're very familiar with it. The problem is there's no money in that account. So that's what we've been talking about way back, is that somebody, and I'm sure it can be done by the president and the consul, to put money in that account so we can start doing the negotiation with IHS under Title I. Other than that, we can't do nothing else because there's no money in that account. So, and I've been advising. I even went to Washington, D.C. to Health and Human Services, and there weren't much of help there. So if we can do 638 for hospitals, this can be done also. And the law is in place. I don't know why Congress would put this law in place for nursing home and long-term care and for assisted living. Why would they put something in a law in place to use if it's not going to be used? The purpose is to be used by us, the tribes. So let's take advantage of it. We've been trying, like I said, almost 20 years, and it shouldn't take this long. Ni masando ni che bansi case, ni veteran bansi case. It takes money to do that, Shanantai. It takes a lot of money to do that. President Biden, 2 weeks ago, mandated because nursing homes are hurting everywhere because of shortage of nurses. That mandate, whatever he mandated, then it will not work for us here because we're an isolated place. We're not in the middle of cities like LA, like all these other private nursing homes, profit making. And we don't have warehouses around here. It costs a lot of money to deliver food, supplies to us. We have to get nurses coming in from Phoenix, Texas. And those are $150 an hour for RN. LPN, $130 an hour. We can't afford those. But we have to have money if we're going to take care of grandma and grandpas. And I feel that we can do it. So this is in that we can do it. Those are you must send out check and has Yeah, that has been. We can't deny them.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
know, by young or Sasatado,
You
other than the
exhausted-
night later. I call Shahat Oshinantai for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Are you exhausted? You're 20 minutes with that if you need additional 5 minutes? Are you?
No, I don't.
Okay, with that, if there's no other presenters that are requesting for additional 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I will not ask the committee. If not, I guess I'll go ahead and call for a motion in a second. Committee members, can I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, second by Honorable Helena Nance Begay. Quiet, questions, no comments, then yeah, today for committee members, Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC committee, so our staff, people on the call. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Paul, for your presentation and your staff taking care of our elderlies. And also the veterans. I'm a veterans myself. And I always advocate for veterans, even the elderlies. The also is our elderlies. I used to work with IHS, transporting elderlies to these border channels, elderly care. And I noticed that, you know, their care is not the standard, you know. Even they asked us when I was transporting the lady to Galvin. They would, I don't want to go to that nursing home. Yo, nurse from Patahania does not know. Content. I know what you're talking about, and like just like I said, thank you for taking care of our elderlies. We will tell Tunde the elderlies in Madam Kijay with the shaping in return, we can't do that. So for even elderly care. My recommendation to you, Mr. Paul, is that your proposal, your 638 mitigate. Let's look at it. Pros and cons that mean a number one, it's a need us a base agree that in the pushing, but this has to be in person. So you can fill your finance and your objectives, your goals. You a decision that we probably gonna have to make. I know what you're talking about, and sometimes I couldn't send it because our situation now, we are in the rural area. 4 years ago, five agency, but no, they took me. I go with a you laugh at that nation that's people son the nation. So I'm just hoping someday we can have 5 agencies. We are elderly care. How long they don't. I call we are in violation though. Oh, you nurse, the I just did that echo. But Nanishi, housing that ego for that but our consistent to hospital even that manufacturing and then get from the hospital that they need to get a hospital and designing all home. All day 8 hours to start and the doctor makes a decision. A elderly care go that this is the half day, but I drove by it. I know what you're talking about. Because there's a lot of neglect out in the part of the nation, but up it. We have to have, you know, the quote. Out of that 15 years, I worked under IHS. So I know what you're talking about and, you know, we're going to wins and the quote. You almost treat this, you know, those leads you have to go. But I just back on the back. This is a recommendation on that to present that, you present that to us with all your staff. Decision has to be approved or it's like a set pros and cons. What will it take? If the new district, Mr. Clark, yeah, when this we can fix those problems. That would be my recommendation to you, sir. And thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Toth, Mr. Cloud, maybe a work session can be a recommendation as a work session to be done at, down the land nursing home in Chinle. I think that would be helpful for us and helpful for my committee members to have that understanding of where you're coming from and the concerns and the issues of trying to address on moving forward to the 638 Title I, and so forth, with the plans and then the quotes and laws that were put in place by Congress. So if you can shoot us some available dates when we can have a little work session there in Chinle, that would be very helpful for the committee members, and we'll discuss it when we can have that work session there. And again, for us, we are fully booked. Majority of my committee members are fully booked for the month of March. Therefore, it will have to fall sometimes in April. But just understand, in April, we do have now our spring now coordination council session the week of April 17th. So of course, that's going to eliminate some days of having that work session. And then also the week of April 10th, we do have a couple HEHSC committee members that will be traveling to Tippett meeting in Washington, DC. So if we can figure something around those dates, I think that would be very helpful, maybe even on a weekend if we need to. Dr. Nez is nodding his head, saying we can over here, so that could be the possibility as well if we need to do it on a weekend as well. So the recommended Chicago that Mr. Plum.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've been listening and I've been asking for a work session, like I said, almost 20 years, yeah. And we will be ready. We are already ready for this. You know, and we're ready to present to you. We love to do it, Shinantai, because it's very important, Shinantai. It's very important to me, waiting this long for a committee to tell me, I showed it. And I'm very excited about it because we have to do this. We have to do it, and I'll send you some dates and to your the legislative office, and then they can provide that to you. And we will do it.
Okay. All right then. Thank you for
Mr.
providing
Chair?
the report. Providing that report. Can you say your name?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I am Rosalind Begay with Division of Social Services. If I may address the committee regarding this conversation about the Navajo Land Nursing Home. Sir.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for joining us on the line. Right now, we have a motion in a second on the floor, and that is to accept the presentation that was provided to us and based off our agenda with the presenters. Currently, per committee rules, we are only allowed to have committee members ask questions and make comments. If you would like to forward your questions or your comments to one of the committee members, that's doable as well. And then as a committee member, they can express on your behalf. So
Thank
with
you.
that,
I was just going to inform the committee that we have a scheduled site visit. The Division of Social Service has a scheduled site visit to Navajo Land Nursing Home on April 3rd at 1 o'clock. And I have spoke to Director or CEO, Mr. Claw on this. So we have that schedule. I'm not sure if the committee will be open to joining us for that site visit. And then there's an upcoming United States Department of Health and Human Services tribal budget consultation coming up.
Mr. Gay,
So anyway, that's what I was going to let.
I'm gonna have to cut you off, Mr. Gay. I apologize. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm trying to follow the committee rules. And if you share that information with Mr. Winclaw, he probably has it in his calendar and he'll reflect on providing some available dates to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that,
Chair James, this is Jermaine. May I make a comment?
Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. From the nursing home facility. I just want to express my appreciation and for continuing to take care of our elders and being culturally sensitive to their needs in terms of food and as well as their traditional life ways and our traditional medicine. That you continue to provide that kind of service to our elderly people. To have our old people around and to keep them close to home. That they are not in a nursing home, somewhere in a land that they're not familiar with. She worked in a senior center for many years. When I was little, I often went to the senior center to after school and I would help and clean tables and do things. They were very old. They came to the senior. And I really, at that age, I have really come to appreciate our elderly people and the old ones in their 80s and 90s and so and all the programs and your staff that take this work seriously and that do your best in providing this care. Thank you. And I look forward to our visit.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Vice Chair. With that, moving on to Honorable Dr. Nez.
Thank you, Chair James. Auto to Mr. Claus, as well as your team. Auto Esto for the work that you guys do on behalf of our elderly community. So I look forward to meeting with you, Mr. Claus, as well. I know there has been several discussions on a potential site as well here with our Fort Defiance community. So looking forward to that. This is Delegate Nez. I represent and work with our communities of Fort Defiance, Sama, Crystal, and Red Lake. I'll have more questions during our work session, but I just wanted to put on your list here as we move towards that date is we really talk more further about HIPS 38 Because in my experiences and with my knowledge, I know 638 creates a lot of leeway and autonomy. And at times on Navajo, that creates a lot of concerns because, you know, there are facilities and programs that tend to work in ways that are not manageable or are not really seen by an oversight. And so that creates disruptions on a lot of different levels, from personnel to the board, to other areas. And of course, that affects clients, that affects the communities. And so I just wanted to really caution myself and yourself as well on, you know, what that would look like on a broader scheme, as well as looking into the future when it comes to 638. So I just wanted to make that comment. And thank you again for the work that you guys do for our Chinle relatives and those across the Navajo Nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or recommendations? Honorable Helena Nez begin.
Oh, yeah. I never thought either Mr. Claw and being and Rhonda. And share what's all important to you know, it's hard for me to hear how you take care of our elderly. And you were saying, no, about the hospital, and we used to, from my area, a lot of people used to go there a couple years ago, but now they're going to our local facility there in Page, and then more of them are going to Utah area. And then in Winslow too, so of course, what's up with Edo and Arnavo. The photo so is working on one into the city, so they did also, you know. I'm really happy for that, for our elders to stay close to home. So we get go ahead. Like this Chinle area, the surrounding areas, but I'll be in thank you for the kind, loving heart that you guys have to provide services like that for our elders and for my son and children. About that. Oh, they have to really know that. This is honorable, delegate Helena Nez today.
Again, Southern Honorable Helena Nez Brigade of Navajo. For those HEHSC committee members, also Nado Kidoshin, A. Kodos, the Sigishin, the work session. How she been to bed that we got on and she out of it. But that's so with that, with all the extent, Honorable Dr. Ned and Honorable Helena Ned, if there's no questions, I'll go ahead and call for the roll call vote. There's no other questions. Paul Yanito. Honorable Yanito. Roll call vote. Honorable
Green.
Vice Chair.
Yanito votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Honorable Vice Chair.
Green.
Honorable Cole. Green. Honorable Dr. Nez. Green. Honorable Nez Brigade. With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, carrying on voting. Again, thank you, presenters, for being on the call and being with us today. And we'll move forward with identifying some dates when we'll be having our work session out in Chinle. Thank you very much.
Okay.
With that, moving on to our next item, which is item C, report Northern Arizona Healthcare, NHA, sorry, presentation of Northern Arizona Healthcare. Presenters, do we have Doug, Sarah, or Joshua on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Chair James. This is Doug Loudon. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Northern Arizona Healthcare. And then Josh Tinkle, our interim CEO may be able to join as well. But as of now, I believe I'm going to be the lead presenter.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Loudon. Doug, thank you very much. We will provide you 20 minutes to present the information to us. After you complete the 20 minutes, if you need additional time, I will ask the committee members, consensus will give you additional time to finish up your presentation. And then after you are done, I'll call for a motion in a second, and then we'll move on to questions and comments regarding your presentation. So with that, your 20 minutes begins now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. If possible, will I be able to share a PowerPoint presentation that could be viewed perhaps on people's computers?
Yes, you can. Mr. Loden.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Honorable James. So first off, let me just thank Honorable Chair James, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, and the rest of the honorable members of the committee for providing us the opportunity to present our plans to your forum. I'd also like to thank Justin Ahasteen, who's the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation's Washington office, who was able to help coordinate this for Northern Arizona Healthcare. As I said, I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for Northern Arizona Healthcare. I'm an Arizona a lifelong resident for the most part, and I've been with the organization for about 3 years. And the focus of the presentation today is on Northern Arizona Healthcare's plan to replace Flagstaff Medical Center and to provide exceptional care to the entire region, including all tribal lands, for the next 50 years or beyond. And so just a little bit about Northern Arizona Healthcare, if you're not familiar. We are a nonprofit health system based at Flagstaff Medical Center. We also operate Verde Valley Medical Center in Cottonwood, Arizona. We are the only level 1 trauma center north of Phoenix, and provide a regional tertiary care center for all of the members of the community throughout Northern Arizona. Through our service area, we provide healthcare services to about 1 million people. We have about 3,000 employees right now as well. And of course, we are always looking to grow. But to piggyback off Director Claw's statements, staffing is of course difficult in the healthcare industry at this point. But as a nonprofit, all of our revenue is invested back into the community and to provide further care to members of the community and expand our services. And of course, our ERs are open to everybody regardless of ability to pay. So we're able to provide those services without a concern to people's ability to pay for the services. So some of the information about how we serve the community, about 25% of our patients are financially disadvantaged, even beyond just people who might be uninsured. We do offer charity care services and of course work with everybody to make sure that their focus is on their health and improvement other than, being able to, whether to be worried about being able to pay for the services. As I mentioned, we serve a region that includes about 1 million people and covers about 50,000 square miles throughout Northern Arizona. I'm sure you all might be familiar with our air ambulance service, which has several bases throughout the region. And that's able to transport patients in emergency need or to interfacility transports to higher levels of care. About 1/3 of our patients at Flagstaff Medical Center are registered members of tribal nations. So we do have a large percentage of our patient base comes from your community. And just as an example, about the amount of charity care that our organization provides, in fiscal year 2021, we provided about $125 million in care for patients who otherwise wouldn't have been able to receive it. So with that background, I'd like to go into a little bit more detail about our proposals for future replacement hospital. So the current campus, if anybody's been able to come visit it, is in the northern downtown region of Flagstaff. It's landlocked in the sense that there's development on all sides. And of course, with traffic during high travel times at Flagstaff, it makes it difficult to arrive at the hospital for any patients who are coming and for any emergency vehicles that would be transporting patients. So our proposal is to move the Flagstaff Medical Center campus to the south side of Flagstaff, basically north of Fort Tuthill and at the intersection of the I-17 and the I-40. We plan to build a state-of-the-art medical facility that'll be a level 1 trauma center. It will have expanded beds, so it could handle a larger capacity of patients. And each patient room will be a single room to permit patients to have the privacy that they would like and to permit their family members to visit them more easily. Our current issues with the campus that we operate in so far, the campus is about 50 years old and has been developed sort of in sections without a master plan over that time period. So any expansion now would result in closing down crucial services during construction and then limiting space for things like parking and other medical technologies. It would also require us to actually lower the capacity of patients that we serve, given the fact that new medical technologies and sort of new standards of care regarding patient room sizes would limit the space that we currently have. So some of the barriers and problems that we currently face, as you can see, is that we do have to defer over 5,500 patients per year on average. A fair percentage of those patients do come from tribal communities as well. And those patients are deferred usually down to Phoenix. And that's just happens simply because we do not have the capacity to care for those patients, either due to staffing or space. And in addition, the new campus would allow us to sort of integrate other secondary and specialty care services that currently just do not have room at the current campus to have those on site here. So to expand on the issues of space, in this slide, you can see the diagram of a patient room. The light blue diagram is the standard patient room size as determined by the Arizona Department of Health Services. So for any hospital that's being built now, it would need to meet that minimum size in that light blue diagram. By contrast, our current ICU room size is actually the red box that's within that, which, as you can tell, is much smaller. And actually inside that red box also includes the patient bathroom. So it's actually even smaller than what it entails right now. And then the photo on this slide, you can tell that this is a simulated code that's being run by the staff. And given the small size of our current room, it makes it very difficult for the staff to move around as needed to care for the patient and to make sure that the patient code is handled and addressed. So some of the integrated plans that we have for the new campus include other services besides just the expanded ICU and the additional patient rooms. For example, we have a wound and hyperbaric clinic that we are planning on constructing as part of our ambulatory care center. We were lucky enough to get funding appropriated from the federal government through the help of Senator Sinema to help construct this. And wound and hyperbaric clinics address things that are sort of chronic ills for medically underserved communities, such as diabetes. And the only wound and hyperbaric clinic in the state as I understand it right now, is in Phoenix. So this will permit patients in the region to come to a closer facility to get the care that they need without having to travel as far as they currently do. In addition, as you can tell, there's a lot of other types of facilities that we have currently either in the region or that we plan to have in the region that will now be all integrated into the campus on the south side of Flagstaff. And so we just think it'll be a much better experience for all the folks that are coming to use our services or that need it for their care. And so this new campus, as you can tell, this is the current rendering that we have for the facility. The goal is that it would address the needs as the regional tertiary care hospital for the next 50 years and be able to grow as the community grows, both in Flagstaff and across Northern Arizona, and be able to expand as new medical technologies get developed and deployed to provide leading care for decades to come. So as I mentioned, it's on the corner of I-17 and the I-40. So people traveling from outside of Flagstaff will have much easier access to the facility than they do to the current facility. Right now, our statistics are something about 65% of our patients at Flagstaff Medical Center come from outside of the city of Flagstaff. So this should be a benefit to the majority of the patients that we see in our facility. We have done what we can to make it, a leading edge and culturally sensitive design. It is going to be much greener and environmentally friendly than our current facility. It should be in the top percentages of sustainable medical facilities in the country once it's constructed. It will also contain the entire village, I should say, will also have a 22-acre retreat space, sort of a land space that's integrated with the Flagstaff Urban Trail System. And then there will be opportunities for housing developments and retail space and hopefully medical technology companies, things of that nature to come and have really an integrated campus for everybody to have the best access to care as possible. This is a picture of our design for a patient room. At the current Flagstaff Medical Center, patient rooms are 2 beds per room in many of the floors. And the current standard is to have the single patient room. As I mentioned, it's better for the patient's privacy and comfort, and it also makes it easier for patient families to come visit while the patients are in residence at the hospital and getting the care that they need. It also makes it better for the care staff to make sure that there's appropriate ratios with the patients and that the layout of the hospital itself will permit easier access and quicker response times for the clinical staff on each hospital floor. And finally, just as a benefit to the community, we are having other, we do view this as a way to sort of raise the profile of the healthcare services that are provided in the region. We hope it'll be a draw for healthcare providers to come provide services to the region. And we are in talks with NAU to help develop workforce training options at the new facility to expand training for nursing and allied healthcare professionals, such as techs, and then of course with physician training and hopefully recruitment will be promoted by the new campus. So this is just sort of as a final conclusion to the information about the new campus. First, as I've mentioned a couple times already, we do serve quite a lot of medically underserved communities, and our service area includes about 1 million people. our wound and hyperbaric clinic, as I've stated, is already gotten an appropriation from the federal government to help us build it, and we're hoping to move forward on that. And then finally, just as further services to that NIH does provide on the Navajo Nation lands, is we have proactively sought a telehealth grant to expand remote patient monitoring and telehealth services on tribal lands, with the goal of just having better access to services for people who otherwise might not be able to travel to the new campus or the current campus as it is. And so with that, we've luckily been able to get support from community organizations and other lawmakers for the new campus. This is just a list of some of them. And I appreciate the time. I think that concludes my my initial presentation. And so I just once again, thank you to Honorable Chair James for the opportunity to provide some of this information to your committee. And, you know, hopefully we can start a dialogue with your committee about any concerns you might have about the new campus or Northern Arizona healthcare in general. And if possible, you know, we would appreciate any support that your committee could provide to our organization as we move forward with these plans. Just as a final note about sort of timelines, we are still in the process of working with the city of Flagstaff to get approvals for construction on the new campus. That's something that we're actually working on later today, which is one of the reasons why some of our other folks couldn't make it to this part of our committee, or your committee, excuse me. But we are hopeful that those will go through, and you know, assuming things go along the timeline that we project, the new campus should be open and operational sometime within 2027 to 2028, and ready to serve the patients of the region. So with that, I'll conclude, and I'll turn it over to the Honorable Chair James. And once again, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr.
There's a volume.
Okay, sorry, that was my phone. I had to leave on my phone while you were presenting. Again, thank you, Mr. Doug Logan, for that information on behalf of the Northern Arizona Healthcare planning that's in place. And so with that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Leader Nancy Gate, second by Honorable Don Toth. With that, committee members, do you have any questions regarding this report? Honorable Dr. Nance?
And Chair, put me on cue.
How about you, Vice Chair? Dr. Nance?
Great, thank you, Chair. Use that auto to Mr. Logan and your team as well for being online and giving us the presentation regarding Northern Arizona healthcare. I do have several questions that I did not hear in your presentation and would like to hear your response and your thoughts regarding them. The first is many of our institutions here, healthcare facilities on Navajo and near Navajo, often are privy to the cultural status of many of our people. And many of these facilities also initiate programs and services that are also supportive. And being that Flagstaff, Arizona, as we call it, which is right at the base of our sacred mountain to the west, they, you know, are no new audience to those that they serve here, and that is primarily our Native American people, but more specifically our Navajo people. So within the programs and the takeover, can you speak a little more about your thoughts regarding cultural-based treatment spaces for our relatives there? In addition to that, we also have many of our unsheltered relatives there in Flagstaff that could also use guidance and support coming from the facilities there. And so, you know, when you look at, for example, promoting anti-racism, that ultimately gets into the hands of those that, you know, need services. Can you speak a little more about that, and ensuring that, you know, this facility, this program, and these services that can, you know, recognize and improve the public health for communities of color, and that goes to our Navajo people, our various different unique populations here on Navajo that go into the community of Flagstaff, Arizona. And again, I just cannot emphasize that enough, because we, again, like I mentioned, we do have a lot of our unsheltered relatives there that use some of that services and guidance coming from a lot of these institutions. So if you could just speak to that and provide your input and what can we expect as Navajos who are, you know, going to Flagstaff, but also as lawmakers of the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's Northern Arizona Healthcare, if I'm correct. And I believe you are probably most likely a separate entity than the Flagstaff Medical Center. And so I'm just going to use Flagstaff Medical Center as a reference point, only because I've, you know, been there a few times due to you know, very sick relatives being placed there. And so and every time I go, each time that I've gone there, I've and unfortunately, there might have been a time or two that you had to visit relatives there as well. That it didn't hit the net, and you just see, you know, where I go, I looked in the parking lot and it was just all of our Navajo people. And then you get into the entryway, the lobby, and there again are Diné people. And then, you know, and then as you get and get to the rooms, then and so it's really unfortunate. It's unfortunate that our health disparities are at that level, and that a lot of our people are, you know, needing to leave the reservation and end up in Flagstaff to get the care that they need. And so I understand the challenges in, you know, in us, you know, being able to take care of our own here on Navajo at that level. And so for these specialty clinics and specialty care facilities. And then, of course, you know, with that being a facility being in a town like that, you know, I'm sure they have a little bit more success in recruiting healthcare professionals, because there's homes there that people can buy, and then all the amenities that are needed. Although, you know, cost of living is high there. So I just wanted to say that much, but also as you're, you know, creating this healthcare facility, I am certain that our Diné people will be utilizing it quite a bit. And, you know, I just want to you know, while you're in your planning stage, I hope you are including, you know, Diné professionals, cultural professionals that are going to help you design spaces that are culturally sensitive. And oftentimes I come into, you know, facilities with people who practice their traditional life ways, and they want to, you know, say burn cedar or burn sweetgrass and pray with their sick relatives. And sometimes, you know, depending, I guess, on the healthcare professional that's on duty, or, you know, I don't really know what the policies are on that, but sometimes it's welcome and sometimes it's a little bit of a, you know, you got to advocate a little bit for yourself. And then recognizing that, say for example, in terms of burn units, you know, I've had experience with that as well, where we wanted to bring, I had a relative who suffered some severe, I don't remember what degree burns it was, but it was pretty intensive because he had to be sedated for a month. And so during that time, we wanted to bring in, and this is a facility out in the city. We wanted to bring a traditional practitioner to also put herbal medicine on our loved one, because we knew that would work. And so it was a little bit of a difficulty. We managed to, you know, they were able to unwrap him just a little bit, and that we were able to apply some, you know, the medicine in some of the areas. But the response, you know, later when the nurse came back the following day, and actually within the next few days, response from nurse was, what did you guys do? What did you do? What did you put on him? Because whatever it is you did, started the healing process pretty quickly. And so, of course, that's just kind of anecdotal there, but, you know, I think, you know, if you could honor and some of these traditional cultural practices, and find ways to make room for those things within your facility, I think that would be a plus for you. And I'm sure you know too, that is absolutely critical to have Navajo and other respective, you know, tribal translators. And there's still quite a few of our Dene people who are who only speak Navajo. And so it'd be great, you know, to have a good, robust service available for our people there. So I just want to say that much, and thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for those questions and comments. HEHSC committee members, do you guys have any other questions, comments? HEHSC committee members, really quickly, I just want to ask you a question. And again, I just like to first say that thank you for the presentation. The first one is in regards to your parent business. Who are your parent business, and where are you guys located at? The corporation, where are you guys located at? Those would be my two questions. With that, I'll go ahead, Doug, Mr. Loden, I'll go ahead and give you the floor to respond back to my committee members with their questions and comments that were made. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. I think I will take your questions first, just because they should be very quick to answer. So Northern Arizona Healthcare is the parent nonprofit entity that oversees and runs Flagstaff Medical Center and Verde Valley Medical Center. Flagstaff Medical Center is our home office. So my office is in Flagstaff Medical Center, and our administrative offices for Northern Arizona Healthcare are in the current hospital building. And they should be on the campus of the new hospital building once constructed, although probably not in the actual hospital building to permit more space for patient care. So we are based in Flagstaff. And so for Honorable Dr. Nez's questions at the beginning, I just want to say we are mindful, of course, of the traditional beliefs in healthcare of the patients that do come to our facilities. We do have Dene translators on staff. They are in fact the only translators that we have on staff in person at Flagstaff Medical Center. All other translation services, including Spanish, which is the second most common, are handled through a remote healthcare translation service. So we do want to make sure that patients who do come here are able to communicate well with their healthcare providers, and that we have the in-person translation staff that can help them with that. We also do have spiritual healers that are on staff as well, to help, I'm sure, coordinate, and to Honorable Vice Chair Simonson's point about ensuring that the patients have the ability to engage in their traditional practices, that we have those here as well to engage with our patients. And finally, just on the design of the new facility and our current facility, I should say, we do try to make efforts to incorporate the traditional design elements. One of the things that our current patient rooms have, and I believe all of them, but just at least most of them, I should say, just to be ensure that I'm accurate, have eastern facing or eastern arrows to ensure that it is known wherever you are in the patient room where the east facing direction is. And some of the proposals for the new campus, we have engaged Native American cultural advisors on the design. I'm sorry, I do not have their names available, but we have considered those. I don't think there are any final plans yet, but one of the ideas that I think we are considering is to ensure that the maternal health and wellness birth center, so the center where our patients will come give birth, will have an eastern facing entrance, understanding the importance of that to your culture, and the fact that many of our patients do come from tribal lands. And so with that, I think we do understand, to conclude with Vice Chair, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson's points about healthcare disparities. This is one of the things that we are most focused on closing the gaps on. We do, of course, our facility is in Flagstaff, but we do have the air ambulance services that cover all of Northern Arizona's region, to ensure that when folks from all across the region do need higher levels of care, they're able to obtain it, and that we can get them here in a timely manner. And then initiatives like the Wound and Hyperbaric Chamber Clinic, our efforts on our end to hopefully expand access to care for conditions that underserved communities face at higher percentages than other communities, at a place closer to their home here in Flagstaff as opposed to down in Phoenix. So I hope I've addressed all your questions or comments, but please let me know if there are any furthers I can answer for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doug Loden, for the response to my committee members. At this time, I'd like to also make the record know that we do have Honorable Casey Ellen Jackson, Johnson. Okay, I don't know where that came from. Johnson, Honorable Johnson, I apologize. Here with us at the HEHSC committee meeting. We also do have Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus that joined us here at HEHSC committee meeting as well. And then Honorable Shauna Paul, that is also here, that's present. And then we also have Honorable Amber Knadbach Crowdy Shamasana on the call as well. And so with that, committee members, respectfully, I'd like to give some time to our colleagues that would like to ask question, and the one individual that likes to ask a question that keeps waving at me is another Honorable Shauna Paul. We'll give you some time. We don't fight or anything, so we usually share our time and we share the questions and comment period with our presenters here at HEHSC. HEHSC, so the floor is yours, Honorable Plum.
Again, Chanela, Chair James, and then Honorable HES Committee, our advisors, for legislative staff and our council, and then also to Northern Arizona Healthcare, Mr. Loden, thank you for your presentation. And my name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I'm the council delegate for Chinle community. So as you may know, Chinle is one of the largest communities on the Navajo Nation. And due to the fact that we have such a large population, that's my primary chapter. Being very close to Flagstaff and also working with the Chinle Comprehensive Healthcare Facility, I am familiar with the services that Northern Arizona Healthcare does provide. And oftentimes with the purchase referred care, that was going to be my question regarding purchase referred care. So on a daily basis, we have approximately, I would say, 10 flights that go in and out from Chinle to Flagstaff, and it's for the specialty care services. And so when those patients are referred out, most times the members have access coverage, but some do not. So they do refer to the purchase refer program. But I have heard some concerns from members who do go out to either FMC or Northern Arizona Healthcare. And so when those referrals are not made in advance, they are given a bill. And so I just wanted to find out, number one, what is your plan, or do you have a plan on how you educate the members regarding the billing that takes place? And so sometimes I have heard that these members do get a bill like in the tens of thousands of dollars, and then it gets reported onto their credit. Most of these families are low income and they do not have access to computers or internet. And so I know with the eligibility with access, they do have to get online and they have to be deemed eligible. And then based on that, they are qualified for maybe non-emergency medical transportation. And then also for the types of specialty services that they receive. So that would be my first question is, how are you educating members across the Navajo Nation on what they need to do to better prepare if they are going to be seen at one of your facilities? The second question I have is in regards to the scale fees, the fees for services. And I know that as delegates for the Navajo Nation, those are some of the discussions as far as intergovernmental that we should be having regarding our healthcare systems. And I know that with the IHS, maybe some of us are not fully aware of how the payment is received, because some are 638 and some are nonprofit. But as far as Northern Arizona Healthcare, I just want to know if you would be able to provide some insight or maybe a future work session for our entire 25th Navajo Nation Council to show us some insight on how the billing takes place. So again, I'm glad to hear that you do have new services that are coming in, the hyperbaric. We do have a lot of members all across the Navajo Nation that do face gastrointestinal disease, and there's been studies for how that's affecting our people, even looking into the water. But most times these members are referred out to places like Phoenix because we don't have services available.
And we do need some advocacy from Northern Arizona Healthcare as far as the state healthcare system. Because when our people are transported off the reservation, most times the state of Arizona does not understand that our communities are subject to rural conditions. So when they're being transported out, let's use non-emergency as an example. So these members have to maintain their travel on paved road conditions. Right now, we're in a major emergency where we're having monsoons. And so many of our members are going to their specialty clinics and they may be faced with impassable roads such as washouts. And so when they have to take a longer distance route, the state normally cuts the units. So our Navajo people are being shortchanged from these services. And I think that those that are benefiting from our people that are going to their facility need to help us. They need to advocate with us and let the state know that the Navajo Nation faces a lot of dire circumstances. So these are some of the issues that I just wanted to address, and I'm very thankful for Shanella, Chair James, for allowing me some time, and then also to the HEHSC committee. I'm looking at my Nolly George Holt's screen here, and it's just a very beautiful facility. And thank you for incorporating the culture into that design. I would love to see a statue of maybe a Navajo family outside, but you know, that would be my one ask, is to try to incorporate some of that beauty of our culture, because I do feel that it is the Navajo Nation that perpetuates and propels these facilities to expand, because our nation is growing. And with that, we are very thankful for the services that you provide and that you continue to advocate for those quality types of services, the equipment, your staffing. And I just want to thank you for this presentation here today. And thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to speak. Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to you, Shanella. Delegate James.
Shanella, thank you very much for those questions and the comments that you made. Committee members, do you have any other questions, committee members, or comments? This is just a quick report in regards to Northern Arizona Healthcare regarding the new facility that is being proposed to us. This is a quick update report to the Navajo Nation Council, to the HEHSC committee. That's all it is. So with that, there's Honorable Toth has a question, comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC.
The outer bands can produce very.
All these are here. I just want to make a recommendation to the gentleman that gave us a presentation that we'll probably have to schedule to tour your place. If it's okay, see how you operate in your area. So, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much again, Honorable Don Toth. With that, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Northern Arizona Healthcare, Mr. Doug Loden, to respond back to the questions and comments that were made. Mr. Loden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. So to the honorable members, questions regarding billing and some of the education that she would like to see from Northern Arizona Healthcare. I can first provide just some background. I know that just generally speaking, healthcare billing is a hard topic for most patients. And it's tough to understand. I mean, we are a nonprofit, as I've mentioned, so we are mindful of the financial burden that healthcare can place on patients. And of course, do make efforts to provide charity care as much as possible and appropriate. Unfortunately, for the way the healthcare system works, we are obligated to bill all patients, at least initially, the same manner. For the patients that are covered by access, of course, that would be handled through that service. And then for the patients that are perhaps uncovered or covered by other services, the bills they would see would probably be frightening, as I'm sure you've heard, given some of the costs for transports, for example. But we do work with those patients to either develop a payment plan if that's possible, or we will just write it off if it's appropriate, given the patient's financial circumstances. And so we do that quite a bit. It's unfortunate that that's how the system is set up, just industry-wide. But Northern Arizona Healthcare, works within the system that as it exists, and then we do what we can to advocate to make sure that it works better for the patients that we serve. And as far as providing an education session to the Navajo Nation Council, I will need to check with our administration, but I am confident that that is something we can provide. But I cannot promise it today. But I would love to follow up with your committee or you personally to see if we can schedule something at a time that works and in a manner that would be helpful to all of the members. Excuse me, just sorry, I think your the second point of your question was the on the fees themselves. And again, this is sort of expanding on what I just said, but we do have a set charge master, as we call it, for the sticker fees, I guess, for lack of a better term, of all of the services that we provide. And then all of those are then negotiated with each of the payers that we work with. And then Access, of course, and Medicare have their own rates that they pay, and we work with them on that. And I think we've had a very good relationship with Access generally, as far as ensuring that we're providing the services that we need to provide to Access's members, and that where possible, we're finding ways to work with them to improve those statewide. And as far as being an advocate, of course, we want to be an advocate for all the communities we serve, including the Navajo Nation. So if there's anything that we can do or any perspectives that you see that are failing to be met, we'd like to work to help provide those and fill those needs for the community. For example, on the gastroenterology that you mentioned, the new campus is proposed to have a GI clinic where we do not have one now. So hopefully for any of the patients that we serve through the region, the travel will be cut less from having to go to Phoenix, and instead they can get those services in Flagstaff in a much more convenient but still state-of-the-art clinic. And then to Honorable Toth's question, I believe he had asked, there was a bit of a cutout there, so I apologize if this is incorrect, but whether they could come, any members of the committee or any other members of the Navajo Council or just the community at large could come visit the facility. And yes, we would love to have anybody come by and visit the current facility to see sort of where some of the needs are not able to be met, and also more plans about where the future facility will be. And then, of course, any ideas or input that any of the members have about ways we can improve the plan to be more culturally sensitive and to better serve your members, then we would really relish the opportunity to take that input. And then, if I may, I apologize, Honorable Chair James, but Honorable Dr. Nez did have a second element of his question earlier that I think I failed to address. about some of the community members who are unhoused and in the Flagstaff area. I just want to make sure that Honorable Dr. Nez knows that we do care for all the patients who come through the door at the ED, the emergency department at Flagstaff Medical Center. We'll care for everyone, of course, without concern about their ability to pay. And then once they are in the hospital, in the emergency room, we will not discharge any patient unless they have a safe place for them to go, or a safe discharge plan in general. So if that means helping to move them to a shelter or helping to move them to a post-acute care service, like a specialty nursing facility or assisted living facility, we will make sure that the patient gets that. And as part of our charity care, we do pay frequently, I should say, pay for patients that do not have the means to do so, to go to those facilities, to make sure that they still get the care they need in the appropriate care environment. Because for most of those patients, once they're cleared medically from the hospital is usually not the best place for them to continue their healing. It's usually a different type of facility that would better serve them. And so we do have a very good care coordination team here that works hard to make sure all of the patients are only discharged safely into an environment that will help improve their healing. And so we do all that we can on that. And so I appreciate the question, and if I haven't addressed anything else, please let me know, but I will turn the floor back over to Honorable James.
Thank you, Mr. Loden, for the response. Committee members, are there any other follow-up questions? Colleagues, if there is none, we do have a motion in the second. Ako Padoshi, report again. We'll go ahead and I'll call for the vote to accept the presentation. And so again, thank you, Mr. Doug Loden, for that information, and we'll continue to also be in communication in regards to Honorable Toth's request as well. So with that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Toth.
I vote green, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and Chair not voting. With that, the presentation was accepted, and we move on to our next item. Close of meeting. We already addressed legislation 0033-23. So with that, close of meeting. And then there's announcements in there. Announcement, Honorable Toth.
Chair members, remember we put BIE on the supposed to meet with us in regards to, I don't know if you saw the email that came in, that some of our Navajo teachers were sent for peace. The sheet, all your students, I thought how she calling names, and what can we do about it? Because this information came from Mr. Honorable Rick Nance, that he should see that in your email. Of course, and I don't know what BIA is doing about it. Can we get to BIA? This so started when they didn't want to come before the council. I guess one of the things they say is government to government. I don't know if the president is aware of it. We should send a message over, because it bothers me that some of my relatives went out there. They keep bucking, the family keep bucking. I just wanted to mention that to the chair and the rest of the meeting has become. So, Any other how changing on the pizza. So we're calling names. And I don't know what's going on. So they could just go to school and it's back to school. Thank you.
I had honorable told just not us for that. I know that we did have a discussion regarding St. Stephen school. And then that was one of the items that was supposed to be on the agenda, but we really haven't gotten any clarification of who the contact person is there at St. Stephen's school. And so it might be, that's where we're running into an issue, and we were hoping that we would get more clarification from BIE, Miss Emily Arvizo. We're supposed to get more clarification, but again, she didn't join the meeting with us again, so. And so it's been really difficult to get her to come before a HEHSC committee meeting. And that was the reason why I was asking about the subpoena, regarding the subpoena to bring her in. So how many requests that we have to do, and I think this is one of a document that's a good justification to move forward with that subpoena to get some information on. And so that was the reason why I made that comment on total.
Hey, Shlosh, this peanut thing, do we have that in Title II? How we can address this? Do we have to do legislation? Is it already in place? Because in the past we had problems with it. And so I don't know what after that transpired, because you know, so I just wanted to know if we have that. See, General Georgia, we are. They do enforce it. So I don't know what enforcement we have on here as a council, because they're part of the government. We should own that. So it is not this killing. Then he win. Yeah, an attorney. Excuse me. So they're getting some. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, I said, you got me an attorney. So anyway, it is, so if the legal can give us an advice which direction we need to go, because this issue is very, very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable Ms. Fennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. I did get Delegate Helena Nesbitt did forward me the email that Mr. Toth was, Delegate Toth was referring to. So we have to review it. It is from Delegate Liz. And it is what he said, what Delegate Toth said, he was expressing before, and that was at the St. Stephen's Indian School at Wind River. And it just, I think, echoes what the email that Delegate Toth gave us last week. And that's why I put it was requested for Emily Arvizo to be on yesterday's agenda. And it was on that transferring Navajo area VIE employees and detailing them and transferring them outside the Navajo Nation. And so, you know, that was one question, and then it has to do with our budget too. You know, are we using it without the Navajo area budget to pay for personnel to be at St. Stephen's and another agency? And that's taking away monies from our Navajo, you know, employees and students that are in education here. But Ms. Arvizo did say that she can be on next week's agenda. However, next week's agenda is orientation as a special meeting. And she did offer that in her last email. And said she can make herself available. Otherwise, then The following week, April 3rd, is our joint meeting with, the LLC. That'll be Monday, and then Tuesday we have another meeting, that's scheduled. The third on Monday, joint meeting, Tuesday, the 4th is with, Jody regarding state education agency, and then Wednesday is the, on the 5th, April 5th is the meeting in lieu of, April 12th. So it would be April 5th, we're gonna be talking at, our meeting with, Ms. Arvizo. Otherwise, your schedule is pretty full.
Chair,
Honorable Tom?
I think, Chair, thank you again. I don't know where to wait, because this is. If something happens to it for teachers out there, is president available for talking, or he's the president should be contacting. So this is a serious matter. That I need now to take it all, that we can do. And I don't know why this is important. Very important because our kids are involved. But I'm so glad they're listening to us, or they just don't want to bother me. It bothers me because it's our kids. We can't delay and have another meeting. So we go across. Hey, this is what's going on. Hey, the chair.
Honorable Toth, I did, get in contact with OPVP. Hopefully somebody will be over. I requested for chief to come over. Yeah, they'll be over. And that's, we did have a question, Chief Legal Counsel, regarding subpoena of Ms. Emily Arvizo to come before the HEHSC committee regarding this particular issue at St. Stephen School. Because yesterday she did not come, and that was the second request.
You have subpoena power in Title II over Navajo Nation government employees and officials. You do not have subpoena power over federal employees. If you want to subpoena them, you're gonna have to do a full-out lawsuit. And I don't think that is what, well, certainly our purpose isn't that state is having any close to the amount of information. You can request them to come, but you're not gonna be able to subpoena. If my understanding is they work for the BIE, not for the Navajo Nation. You don't have a problem with that.
So now, a similar situation was brought up by Honorable Toth 2 weeks ago. And so he provided that document to us, and based off that is how we generated that special meeting yesterday, but of course, BIE never showed up. And then today, earlier this morning, we received another email from Honorable Ricky Gans regarding the same concerns and issues of a different email that he received again. And so we're back to square one, trying to figure out how can Ms. Arvizo come before the HEHSC committee, if not come before the Navigation committee.
Who is her boss?
Sharon Pinto.
Who's reached out to Ms. Pinto?
Mr. Nall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, of the public speaking here. Well, the second inquiry is like Delegate Rick, he did an email. It's the same school, same what's it, Sherman? Stevens, and they're taking employees, Navajo Nation employees that are over to.
Wait, just a second, just so we can get the facts right. They're taking Navajo Nation employees or employees that are Navajo?
No, Navajo, well, not Navajo Nation, I'm sorry, no, not Navajo Nation employees, BIE.
So BIE employees, so they're not Navajo Nation employees, they're BIE employees.
Yes.
And they're just, but they are Navajo, but they are BIE employees. Have those employees pursued the internal BIE process for this, what we're gonna call endangerment or harassment?
Honorable Toe?
Chair, I have that information, that they, wrote a letter to, their, bargaining, union.
Oh, so the union?
Yes, when they respond, they sent a letter to union, represented the outfit. I don't know what's going on now.
Okay, that makes it even more complicated, like way more complicated because they have representation. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with the nation reaching out to, so these are BIE schools, am I correct? I don't think there's any problem with the, this committee, the president, speaker, the council, reaching out to the BIE and just saying, we are getting a lot of these complaints. We need you to please take a look at it, figure out what's going on. As far as actually intervening with the school or intervening with a personal, with a particular employee, that's going to be really rough to do. Because one, they don't work for us. Two, they have a union. So that's going to be problematic. Is it the teachers who are getting harassed or is it students? That wasn't clear to me from the conversations. It's the teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, and so there should be BIE leadership at the school, or at least leadership that is controlled by the BIE or BIE boards. So no, it's in a challenge. Where is Wind River? It's in Wyoming, and that makes it even more problematic. Don't even have tribal jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Over the matter. But I do think that the nation has for years and years and years had a very close relationship with Sharon Pinto. When she was regional director. I think Ms. Pinto, she would take a call, she would sit down, she would direct it to be looked into. I'm just not sure, just don't see how Navajo has a direct path into it. I think you can do support out here, you can talk to people, but I don't think you can get in there.
Chair,
Honorable Toe?
still, we shouldn't say, at least the concern should come from government, our government. Not where are we gonna step in their shoes? At least we're helping our community, the kids are being threatened. And at least we should make a statement that this is happening. We'll put it on record, even though we don't have jurisdiction, but we're concerned about our kids, you know. So we gotta do the same thing as to help our kids, at least write a letter. I wish the president would step in and say, I have the information, I was trying to lock it in, the statement that was given to me, and also how we can set out, there's that, those 1 or 6. So we shouldn't say it's out of jurisdiction, we can't handle it, we gotta do something. Because we're a nation, we need to stand for our community, no matter if they're in different arena. It's important to our people. It is, yes, sure, so.
Okay, with that, Honorable Toe, thank you for that. We do have Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval here with us, regarding your concern on the host of what is the response and how is Office of President, Vice President Nygaard and Montoya addressing the matter. And we also got clarification from our chief legal counsel that it's a jurisdiction issue, and then at the same time, we have no oversight over VIE staff nor the school itself. So with that, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Chief of Staff Sandoval, our discussion regarding the St. Stephen's school. The concern we do have a couple email documents that are floated around, but among us in regard to the concerns of our NAPO people being transported out to the Winter River, then Wyoming. And so right now, our NAPO educators are being mistreated by students there with abusive verbal language and whatnot down the line, and how we address it as a nation here on behalf of our NAPO people that have been transported out there. So that's where we're at, and that's why we called you in, Chief of Staff. Thank you. I'll give you some time.
Okay, first of all, thank you to all of you, and good afternoon to each and every member of the committee. Not fully aware of it, but speaking on behalf of the Office of the President, Vice President, and your legal counsel here, the jurisdiction issue probably does play a very important part. However, Navajo people were moved through a system, the BIE system, most likely transferred, I guess. And I will say that on behalf of the President and the Vice President, we would have concern about Navajo people who are being mistreated in any system, whether it was private or governmental or not. So working through legal counsel, probably in conjunction with your legal counsel as well, the President may take a position to become involved to a degree that is allowable. And again, his primary focus would be based on the fact that these are Navajo citizens who may have been transferred to a new work location as a result of changes in their work here, whatever the case may be. So I would like to ask the committee that we be given the opportunity to do a little more research and get a little more information. But again, the President and the Vice President, who I can say that they have a great degree of care and thought in how Navajo people are treated wherever that in this whole entire world. Some stuff we may have no control over completely, but it doesn't make it any less of a priority or any less different than them working here. So again, if there's whether there's one or there's multiple Navajo citizens there, please give us the opportunity to sit with your legal counsel and talk a little more in depth about it. And if we need to formulate, if we need to visit the site, if we need to talk to U.S. government officials, BIE officials about the allegations at this point, then the President would do the such.
Thank you. Honorable Joe.
Yes, Chair, my concern that you state, sir, is that our children are not. Let's go away until something happens, because those kids are threatening our teachers. We will want to help. So I have some names in here that will transport, they will sign. I'm trying to download, but I have a problem with the internet here, and I can give you the concern and also how many were set from this area. So I think very important that we have to defend our people as a nation. I just don't want to wait. And we have jurisdiction, but our kids is in there. So every question at least set a letter, whatever it needs to be taken. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, yeah, thank you with that, Honorable Joe. With that, that was the reason why we called and reached out to you and to OPVP staff, so you were able to come and assist us. Because one of what we've been trying to do at the same time too was working with BIE, Emily Arviso. And that was the main reason why we did a special meeting yesterday, but she never came before us again. And that was the second request, trying to get her before us at HEHSC. And this was the previous HEHSC didn't have the same similar situation, the same problems, that she would not come before HEHSC. And so we were trying to angle it to her, how can we do this as a subpoena and move forward, but we got more clarification from our chief legal counsel. So 808, it's also, that's how we got to this discussion. Chief legal counsel?
It's not a legal question, but I'm curious, does anybody know, does Wind River have, I'm not familiar with how their government's set up, I don't know how it operates, but do they have something equivalent or parallel to like the HEHSC commission? Okay, I'm gonna look into that, if that's true, you might want to reach out at that level. I don't know, we can have a good conversation.
Where we.
I would not know.
Okay, I'll see what I can find out.
Does anybody have any data, the number of students, the number of educators, how they got there?
I have students, so I have it.
Okay, can I get a copy of it?
Maybe IT, Karen, maybe you can call on IT.
On my personal email, I can download it for you.
Okay.
Give it to you.
And one thing that may happen or could happen is whoever the leader at Wind River is, whether it's a chairman or president, that phone call can be made to that person as well. Let them know that we've been made aware of some disturbing news, and obviously we need it to be validated. And if I understand correctly, it's students that are being mistreated or students that are being mean towards Navajo educators.
Honorable
Chair members, lady that concerned lady was, it's the kids, it got out of hand. So majority of the teachers just left. The kids are controlling the school now. So what the BIE did is set from here are teachers. Just down there.
Reassigned them.
Reassigned them. They're being threatened right now. So have a verbal abuse. You never go home. Raising cane or something.
Okay, that helps clarify it then. And we'll get busy on it as soon as I have more information, or if you want to send it to me, I'll go over and we'll start making some phone calls now. Wind River is not very big.
Yes.
And
So I know this morning I did have issues with my internet as well. They fixed it for me, so maybe he's going to sample it. So it is the end of it.
Okay.
We are on an announcement, unless you have anything else that you would like to share with us.
Whether this is the appropriate time, I've been trying to reach out to delegates individually to explain, not an announcement, but just to explain an encounter that I had with the council delegate last week, just to let everybody know what was going on. Is that okay? Is it appropriate? Yesterday, the honorable delegate, the other day, honorable delegate Eugenia Charles was at the president's office to explain her effort to begin legislation for more hardship money. And all I did was explain to her that this administration is working avidly, working very hard to get those dollars focused towards construction of all the things that are related to water lines, roads, broadband. So I did let her know that we may not have any money left, and it was just misconstrued that I said that we didn't care about hardship and, the president didn't care about hardship, and then I got called President Sandoval in her way of, distributing that to the world, but I just wanted the committee members to know that that's not how it was explained, that's not how it was discussed. President Nygren supports hardship after July 1, when that date comes. And our effort is hopefully we can get as much of that out to the projects and to the community so that we can spend it, create jobs and do it that way. So I just want to let the committee know that as far as an announcement, because I was railroaded through social media, and I could have responded, but I didn't. I just left it alone. I kind of think I want to take the high road on it, but I'm trying to reach out to any delegate that I can to just let them know that that's not what our intention is. Otherwise, we're working avidly, and we can't wait to see you guys on the spring session so we can report a lot of the other stuff going on. The other subject was that she thought that we're having secret meetings, but we're not. We're just working over there and working diligently, and we will be, I think we're making a presentation to the HEHSC committee tomorrow. So
we presenting them.
on our part, I don't know who made that request, you know?
I don't remember who made that reference.
Okay,
Anybody remember? I think it was Slater.
Yeah, but I think it was driven by the budget and finance committee that's been meeting with on the ARPA project. Every Friday giving updates and such, and they felt like it was time to share some of that info with all of the council. Because we are, just for those in the room, for the regional delegate plans, if you want them to be heard by council at the spring session, we need them in our office, your request in our office with all the projects you have cleared by April 4th.
okay.
April 4th is, that'll
A new
allow us
deadline?
to get it out to everybody.
Okay, Honorable Chair, back to the request on the Wind River situation. I believe now thinking about it, that we will make a formal request to the Bureau of Indian Education. Let them know that there's this situation that's allegedly happening, and at your request to reassign some of these people, it sounds like things are not good, so we need a report to hear what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Any other announcements? Chief of Staff?
No.
No? CPP, if none? Mr. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health and Education Service Committee. Would that request be going to Tony Dearman?
I'm sorry.
Would that request be going to Tony Dearman? He's a director.
Probably, yes, yeah. We'll get our legal people, and if Ledge Council wants to be a part of what that letter could contain, send us an email, and then we'll definitely put it in and be signed by the president. And other announcements, you all heard that former President and Chairman Ben Shelley passed last night. Okay.
We did a moment of silence.
Okay, good. Okay. And I can tell you a lot of things, but we'll be here all day.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Oh,
for-
no, yeah.
Very much.
We'll get busy on it.
Right.
Dana, you're gonna have to come over to our office.
I will. I have a couple of things.
Uh-huh.
Getting the answer.
Okay, so I also wanted to provide some information, or well, not information, but recognition. We did have the two individuals that provided a report to us, Aspire Ability, last week's meeting. Yeah, they were here earlier, but we were in the middle of our agenda, so I was unable to recognize them. Morona Benali, and then also Andy they're buried. They were here earlier. They came by twice, but right now they're down at Quality Inn meeting with other delegates. So now it's a candidate. So they provided us a folder again regarding aspirability. And those were the two individuals that we were talking to last week on the phone. So I just wanted to recognize them and introduce them. That was my only announcement. I also believe that you do have the information, our monthly calendar regarding all the different meetings that are happening. With our other committees and also our own committee meeting schedules on that monthly calendar. So ADHD announcement, that's my only announcement. Chief Legal Counsel, do you have any announcement? Something that we would like to bring up to HEHSC?
No, I thank you, but I don't think I have any announcements. I've been listening, most of the day, so I came over when I thought, might have a legal question.
All right, with that, if there's no other announcement, committee members, if there's no other announcement, I will go ahead and call for a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Honorable Toad, second by Honorable Hamid Anez Brigade. If there's no questions, committee members, if there's no questions or comments, I will go ahead and call that we adjourn here at 2:42 p.m. And I'm going to do a roll call. Honorable Yanito VI votes green. Vice Chair Doreen Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Toad. Oh, agree. Honorable Anez Brigade. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Dr. Nez.
He's out there in the, taking care of the.
With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and Chair not voting. That does conclude our meeting, and we adjourn here at 2:42 p.m. Okay, thank you to everybody that are on the line. Thank you for joining us today. Everyone, take care and enjoy your Wednesday. And tomorrow we have another meeting. 2:42 p.m. is when we go. But Adam, thank you. Enjoy your day.
Have a nice day.
Oh, I'm on it, Vice Chair.